Everyone knows the PlayStation's famous horror games, Silent Hill, Resident Evil, Parasite Eve, but underneath them is a whole shelf of stranger, more disturbing games that most people never touched. Some hid the horror under a cartoon smile. These are the most disturbing PS1 games ever made. Let's start with the one you'd never suspect. If you owned Abe's Exodus back in 1998, you remember a puzzle platformer with fart jokes. You play as Abe, a skinny, big-lipped creature called a Mudokan. His mouth is sewn shut. You spend the game running, jumping, chanting, and, yes, farting on command to solve puzzles. It's genuinely a comedy. It's also, if you actually listen to what it's telling you, one of the most quietly horrific games on the console. To get why, you need the shape of the world. Abe is a slave. His whole species, the Mudokons, are the cheap labor here. And the bosses are the Glucons, a class of fat, cigar-chewing executives who run the factories. The first game in the series, Abe's Odyssey, set the tone. Abe works in a meatpacking plant. He finds out the plant's best-selling snacks were made from other creatures, until those creatures got eaten into extinction. The next item on the menu is going to be him. That's the world in one line. Somebody's always being turned into food, and the packaging is always cheerful. Exodus takes that and goes lower. This time the product is Soulstorm Brew, the single most popular drink these people have. Abe finds out what's in it. The bones of dead Mudokons, and the tears of living ones. The game does not soften it. The bones are dug out of Necrum, the ancient Mudokon burial ground, so the executives are strip mining a graveyard. They crack open the tombs of the people they've already enslaved and grind the dead into a drink. The tears come from the living workers. Through a loop, the game spells right out. Soulstorm Brew is addictive, so the company keeps the Mudokons hooked on it. They're kept hooked and kept miserable, because the misery is what produces the tears, and the tears go straight back into the next batch. Get your workforce addicted to a drink you brew out of their own suffering, and you never run out of the main ingredient. It's a whole industry built to manufacture sadness and bottle it. Now look at the game again. Everything is round and soft and goofy. The villains waddle around barking orders. It looks like something you'd hand a 6-year-old. And it's a soda company running on desecrated graves and the bottled despair of the people it enslaves. The cuteness curdles. How you play makes it worse. Exodus runs on a system called GameSpeak, where you actually talk to the other Mudokons. You say hello, you tell them to follow you, to wait, to work. And you have to lead them out of the factory in small groups to rescue them. But most of the ones you find are broken. Some are drunk on the brew, staggering into walls. Some are blind. Some are sick. Some are so furious about what's been done to them that they attack you on sight, and you have to talk them down before they'll follow. You're not herding game characters to an exit. You're coaxing traumatized, addicted, half-destroyed people back into enough of themselves to walk in a straight line, one broken group at a time, while the factory hums along behind them. There's a power that lets you go further, too. Abe can possess an enemy and take control of them. Late in the game, that includes possessing a Glucon, one of the executives, and marching him through his own building, turning his authority against the machine that built him. It feels good for about a minute. It never lasts, and it never changes the shape of anything. The world stays exactly what it is. And the game keeps score. There are around 300 Mudokons scattered across the whole thing, and how many you save changes the ending. Save enough, and Abe's people go free. Fall short, and it turns on you. The Mudokons turn on Abe himself, and the game shows you exactly what your failure bought. It counts your mercy the entire way through, then holds the final number up to your face. None of this is hidden. It's the actual plot of a game sold to kids on a demo disc with a fart button. A beloved product turns out to be made of the ground-up dead and the bottled tears of the enslaved. kept in stock by keeping the enslaved hooked. That's the premise. The rest is jumping puzzles. Next up is one that needs no introduction. The franchise has a TV show now, and even people who never touched a PlayStation know the clown. Twisted Metal is a car combat game, and on the surface that's all it is. You pick a vehicle, you drive into an arena, you blow up the other drivers with rockets and machine guns and whatever else is bolted to the hood. What makes it more than that is the setup around it. Every driver is competing in a tournament run by a mysterious man named Calypso, and the prize is one wish. Anything you want. Calypso always grants it, and it almost always goes horribly wrong. That's where the game hides its real self. Each driver has a backstory and an ending tied to their wish, and across the series these get genuinely bleak. The pattern almost never changes. Somebody claws their way to the thing they've wanted for years, and Calypso grants exactly what they asked for, then twists it into a punishment. A woman wishes to be young again, so he makes her younger and younger past childhood until there's nothing left of her. Someone wishes to be back with a person they lost, and he brings that person back wrong. Others end in death, in self-destruction, or in someone getting precisely what they asked for and realizing a beat too late what it actually meant. It's a monkey's paw every single time, and the game plays each one dead straight. Even the killers on the roster don't get spared. The wish turns on whoever makes it. It nearly didn't exist at all. By most tellings, the first game had a rough development. It was pitched at one point as basically Mortal Kombat with cars. Test players tore it apart. The creator, a young David Jaffe who'd later make God of War, nearly walked away convinced his career was finished. The split-screen mode that turned it into a couch multiplayer staple got bolted on at the last minute by one developer messing around over a weekend. What shipped was a tight, vicious little arena game framed by a figure who grants wishes to the desperate, which reads a lot more like a deal with the devil than a demolition derby. And in that original version, most of those dark endings were reduced to text on a screen. The team had filmed full cutscenes, but the content got cut and the payoffs got shortened, so half of what makes them land you had to read and picture yourself, which somehow made them worse. And then there's the mascot, Sweet Tooth, the clown the series would later name Needles Kane, a serial killer behind the wheel of an ice cream truck with a permanent grin and a head that is literally on fire, not as a metaphor, just burning, the whole time while he laughs. His design alone did something to a generation of kids. You look at him and some part of your brain files him under wrong and never quite lets go. He became the face of the franchise, and the series only leaned harder into it. By the time you reached Twisted Metal Black on the PS2, the whole thing had been pulled into a real psychological horror territory, with the developers openly pointing to a disturbing fine art photographer as a reference. The clown was never a mascot they got stuck with. He was a promise about what the series always was underneath. So that's Twisted Metal, a bright, loud arcade demolition derby laid over a story about desperate people cutting a deal with something cruel and getting wrecked by their own wanting. The cartoon is the top layer. Under it, the game is mean, and it means to be. This next one pulls off one of the nastiest bait and switches on the whole list. At first, Heart of Darkness looks like a boy's adventure movie you get to play. You're Andy, a little kid who's afraid of the dark. One day, a solar eclipse rolls over. Shadow creatures crawl out of it and snatch his dog Whiskey. Andy is terrified, but he's more scared of losing his dog than of anything out there. So he builds a plasma cannon and flies into a place called the Darklands to get him back. It's a side-scrolling adventure. You run, you jump, you puzzle past hazards. Along the way, you team up with the Amigos, little glowing creatures who give you a kind of light magic and help you get braver. You upgrade that light magic as you go, and the world opens up in front of you. It really does play like a hero's journey, a scared little boy growing into something braver, one screen at a time. On paper, it's pure Spielberg. It also had a reputation before anyone even played it. The man behind it, Eric Chahi, had made a cult classic game called Another World. This one sat in development for around 6 years, roughly 1992 to 1998, which was an eternity back then. The whole time, the promise was that it would be a movie you could actually play. And it delivered. A full orchestral score played by a real orchestra. Something like half an hour of fully animated cutscenes put together well enough to pass for a real film. To see the ambition, look at where Chahi came from. He built Another World almost single-handedly, animating it frame by frame. And it became a landmark for cinematic games. Heart of Darkness was meant to be that, but bigger. Magazines hyped it for years as the next great leap. It got shown off at trade shows long before it was anywhere close to finished, and it finally shipped on 2 full discs. Expectations were enormous. And then Andy dies, and you find out what the game is really about. The death animations are the reason people still bring it up. Andy is a child, and the game does not spare him. Almost every hazard has its own custom, fully animated way of killing him, and they are vicious. He gets grabbed by shadow creatures, swallowed by things that rise out of the ground, snatched out of the air, pulled off into the dark, and the camera holds on all of it. In the exact same beautiful style the game uses for its moments of wonder. The same craft that makes the world beautiful gets pointed right back at making every death land as hard as it possibly can. And there are dozens of them. Different creatures, different traps, each with its own animation. And the game almost never reuses one when it can show you a new one. And here's the part that turns it from a shock into something genuinely cruel. The game is hard. It's built on trial and error, the way Another World was. Memorize the hazard, die, try again. So you don't see these deaths once. You see them constantly. Dozens of times in a sitting, each new obstacle showing you a fresh way to get it wrong. A weaker game cuts away or throws up a generic death screen. Heart of Darkness poured its budget into those animations, then built a difficulty curve that makes sure you see plenty of them. By the end, you failed and restarted more times than most games would ever put you through, and every attempt is animated with the same loving care as the rest of the game. It isn't disturbing because it's trying to be edgy, it's disturbing because it's sincere. The same sincerity that makes the adventure charming is what makes the deaths hit like a punch. Now the one where you can't fight back at all. Clock Tower is a survival horror game, but it strips out almost everything survival horror usually gives you. No gun, no health items, barely any way to defend yourself. You play a young woman named Jennifer, along with a second lead named Helen. All you can really do is explore, look for a way out, and run or hide when the killer turns up. It plays like an old point-and-click game. You move a cursor around the screen, you click to walk Jennifer somewhere, click to search a drawer or open a door. For long stretches, it's slow and quiet and almost calm. One bit of context, because it confuses people, the version most of the West knows arrived in America in 1997. But in Japan, this is actually the second Clock Tower. The first came out in 1995 and never left the country, so Jennifer is already the survivor of an earlier massacre when this game picks her up. You don't need to have played that one, just know she's been through something like this before. Then the music changes and the calm is gone. It means the killer is coming. His name is Scissorman. Scissorman is the whole game. He's a small, childlike figure who hunts you with a pair of shears nearly as tall as he is. He isn't fast. He's relentless. He comes clacking those blades down the hallway, and you have two options. Tuck yourself out of sight and hold still under a bed, in a locker, behind a curtain, or keep clicking and running and pray the layout breaks your way. And hiding is never a sure thing. Sometimes you fold into the one safe spot in the room, and he finds you anyway, and you're running again. The truly nasty part is that he isn't on a script. Where he shows up changes from one playthrough to the next. He can appear in a room you cleared 30 seconds ago. He can be waiting in the one you're about to walk into. You never get to memorize him, so you never get to feel safe. That is the entire point. On top of that, there's a panic system. When he catches you, you're frantically clicking to shake him off while a meter drains. And if Jennifer gets too frightened, her body stops cooperating. She trips. She freezes. She does the exact thing every horror movie victim does that you always swore you never would. Being scared literally makes you worse at surviving. It won't even give you a happy ending for the trouble. Clock Tower has around 10 of them, split across its 2 playable sides, depending on what you did and who you saved, ranked from good down to catastrophic. Most sit near the bottom. Jennifer dead, friends dead, nothing resolved. The worst ones let you believe you got out, right up until you didn't. And it quietly demands that you replay it. The killer moves differently every time, and so many endings hinge on small things you did or missed. Seeing the whole picture means walking back into that house again and again, and every run puts you back at the mercy of someone you can't predict. Some of the scares are pure nightmare fuel. Scissor Man crashing through a window in the middle of a scene, a chase that funnels you into a dead end, the drop in your stomach when the safe spot you were counting on isn't safe this time. You can draw a straight line from this to the entire modern genre where you run and hide from something you can't kill. Amnesia, Outlast, every game where the whole point is that you're prey. Clock Tower got there in 1996. A killer who could be anywhere. A heroine who could freeze up at the worst possible second. And nothing in your hands to make any of it fair. The helplessness was the whole idea. Here's where it stops being subtle and gets openly, physically disturbing. Galerians plays like the old Resident Evil games, which you probably know. Fixed camera, creepy corridors, working out where to go next. The twist is that your weapons aren't weapons. You play a boy named Ryan. He wakes up in a hospital with no memory, strapped to a table, being injected with drugs. Those drugs give him psychic powers. And that's your entire arsenal for the whole game. You unlock 3 of them. One fires a psychic shockwave. One sets the area in front of you on fire. One lifts enemies off the ground and slams them back down. And then there's the one everybody remembers. Ryan can kill a person on the spot with a single psychic attack. No weapon, no contact. That's the clip that got the game passed around. You log in, you charge it up, and the enemy just drops. For a PlayStation game, the effect is abrupt and a lot nastier than you'd expect. People couldn't believe it was in there. But the gore isn't the disturbing part. The frame around it is. Ryan is a child, and everything he can do to other people was done to him first. His powers come from being experimented on, injected over and over by the people who built him. And the game turns that into a mechanic. Every time you use a power, a meter fills up, and the game flat out calls it going berserk. Push it too far and Ryan loses control. He starts convulsing, and he takes damage from his own power until it kills him. To bring the meter back down, you need more drugs. One item exists purely to reset it. Another boosts your powers. Both are rare. So you spend the whole game rationing chemicals against a body that keeps threatening to tear itself apart. You're playing an experimented-on kid managing a drug dependency in real time, where the only source of his power is the thing that's steadily killing him. I can't think of a cleaner picture of addiction in a game. And that's because it isn't just a picture. It's a whole separate meter you have to babysit, and it turns on you the moment you lean too hard on your powers. Then the story fills in the why. Ryan is searching for a girl named Lilia. And as he moves through the hospital, then his own home, then a hotel, then the tower where it's all coming from, the truth comes out. An artificial intelligence called Dorothy decided humanity had to be wiped out. To do it, it created the Galarians, psychic children, engineered as living weapons and treated as hardware. Ryan is one of them. The enemies you fight are the others, and some of them are genuinely grotesque, warped by their own powers into things that barely look like the kids they used to be. The amnesia he woke up with stops being a horror game gimmick and becomes the saddest thing in the game. He wasn't a person who got powers, he was manufactured, for a purpose, by something that never once thought of him as a boy. And he's only learning that now, while his own body poisons him for using the one thing he was made to do. The bosses are where the idea gets its ugliest. One of them has swollen into a bloated giant the program keeps barely alive. Another is just a little girl. These are children the same experiments were run on, and the game makes you look at what those experiments turned them into. That's the whole point. Ryan is staring at his own possible futures every time one of them goes down. And when the truth about Dorothy and about what he actually is finally lands, it doesn't arrive as a heroic reveal. It arrives as a quiet, awful understanding of a life that was never his to begin with. It builds to an ending with no clean way out, and the bad taste it leaves has nothing to do with the graphic kills. Those are just the hook. The child experimentation, the addiction loop, the slow realization of what you are, that's the part that stays with you. And it pulled all of it off while disguised as a game people rented for the psychic combat. The back half opens with the best looking game on the list. At a glance, Fear Effect plays like a cinematic action game soaked in Hong Kong crime movie style. You control a crew of 3 mercenaries for hire. Hannah, who leads, raised in a brothel, French and Chinese. Glass, a former military American, all business. And Deke, an Australian who just likes violence. They set out to kidnap a triad boss's daughter, a woman named Wei Ming, and ransom her back. Straightforward criminal work. Except it goes wrong almost immediately, and the deeper the crew digs, the less it looks like a heist, and the more it looks like something out of Chinese mythology. The trail leads, eventually and literally, into hell. The Chinese underworld, called Diyu. Human sacrifice, old ritual, crazed villagers, and the king of hell himself, wrapped up in it in a way you don't see coming. The reason it turned heads back in 2000 was the look. It came from a studio called Chronos Digital. The founder, Stanley Liu, grew up caught between a Buddhist household and a Catholic school, 2 worldviews grinding against each other, which is exactly where the premise came from. Westerners dropped into a Chinese hell. The characters are cel-shaded. The backgrounds are built out of looping video instead of flat images. The whole thing moves like a graphic novel. It even ran across 4 discs, the kind of size you'd expect from a 50-hour role-playing game, spent instead on a short, dense cinematic thriller. A couple of odd facts about it. Before Fear Effect, the studio mostly made fighting games, and one of them, Dark Rift, was the first Nintendo 64 game to run at a smooth 60 frames a second. The game itself was almost called Fear Factor. They changed it, but not because of the reality TV show, which didn't exist yet. They changed it because the metal band Fear Factory thought the name was too close to theirs. And those looping video backgrounds ran on the studio's own engine, which is how something this cinematic fit onto a PlayStation at all. The tone under all that style is a lot darker than the box ever imagined. Hannah's world runs on trafficking, exploitation, and casual corruption, and the game treats all of it as the water everyone swims in rather than a shock reveal. It's also where the game earned its reputation for fan service. There's a deliberately suggestive towel sequence in there too, dropped in purely for that. And the whiplash between that and, a few scenes later, ritual sacrifice and the courts of the dead is a big part of why it unsettles people. You never get to settle into what kind of story you're in. That first game was actually the tamer one. Its prequel, Fear Effect 2 Retro Helix, showed up a year later, filled in how the crew first met and pushed even further into a world getting emptied out by disease and a run of content the marketing leaned on hard. Between the two of them, the series settled into one very specific identity: gorgeous, stylish surfaces pulled tight over trafficking, sacrifice, and the machinery of hell, aimed straight at players who were sure they'd bought a slick action game. The unease runs through the main mechanic too, the fear effect the game is named for. You don't get a normal health bar, you get a heart rate. Take damage and it climbs, and a climbing heart rate is what kills you. The only way to bring it down is to keep your head and solve what's in front of you, because there are no health kits anywhere. On top of that, the game is laced with instant death traps, mazes and stealth stretches and time gauntlets where one wrong step just ends you. No warning, back to the last save. By the fourth disc, you've gone from a rooftop kidnapping in Hong Kong to walking into the courts of the Chinese underworld to bargain with the King of Hell, and it never once slows down to let you find your feet. Hell Night is a first-person survival horror game set in the Tokyo subway, and it might be the most effective pure dread machine on this whole list. You're an ordinary person on the last train of the night when it crashes. You survive and you come to in the tunnels under the city with a handful of other survivors and one very large problem. Something is down there with you, and it cannot be killed. There is no combat in this game, you have no weapon that means anything. The creature hunts you through the dark, and if it reaches you, that's it. One touch and you're dead. No health bar to soak the hit, no second chance, no clever last stand. So the whole game is you moving carefully through a maze of maintenance corridors and abandoned platforms, listening for it, running only when you absolutely have to. And it doesn't even stay the same. It mutates as the game goes on, so the thing chasing you at the end isn't the thing that chased you at the start. For context, it only ever came out in Europe and Japan, where it went by the name Dark Messiah, and it never reached America at all. It was actually developed by a small studio called Dinu Eizo Seisakusho, then published by Atlus, the Persona people, in Japan, and by Konami over in Europe. The clever part is the other survivors. As you go, you pick up companions who travel with you, and they aren't just there to talk, they're a buffer. There's Naomi, who's only with you because she happened to be nearby. There's Kamiya, who turns out to be far more dangerous than the annoying tag-along he first seems. There's Renee, a photojournalist. And there's Ivan, a soldier who watched his entire unit get torn apart by the creature and is now running on pure revenge. Because he's armed and has a reason to live, he's the one companion who feels like an actual ally instead of a liability. Here's the mechanic underneath all of them. If the creature catches up while a companion is next to you, that companion can be the one who dies instead of you. And when they're gone for good. Whoever you're traveling with when you reach the end decides which ending you get and which final confrontation you walk into. So you spend the whole game half protecting these people and half aware that any one of them might get spent keeping you alive. And the tunnels get lonelier every time the group shrinks. The setting does a huge amount of quiet work. Japan's subway is vast and humming and completely familiar. Millions of people moving through it every day without a thought. And Hell Night turns it into a tomb. The tight corridors, the tiled walls, the fluorescent buzz, the far-off mechanical sounds of a system still running with nobody left to ride it. The constant feeling that the exit is one more wrong turn away than you thought. Deep in the game, the music drops out entirely, except for a single drum loop that never stops. And it does more for the tension than any big orchestral scare could. This is a more grounded fear than a haunted house. It's the fear of the ordinary place, after everything is gone. Then, about 2/3 of the way in, it does something I still can't quite describe. It takes a hard turn out of grounded city horror and straight into cosmic madness. As far as anyone has pieced together from this Japan-only game, the creature is tied to a doomsday cult called the Holy Ring. And past the subway, there's a whole other place. A hive. a world where physics doesn't hold, run by things with names like that which whispers and that which wanders. There's a figure called the Dark Messiah. There's a reveal that this hive fell to Earth from space and buried itself in the ground, that humanity grew on top of it, and that the reason the thing hunts you is that human fear is a resource it feeds on. You have to be terrified so it can eat. You go from a person hiding in a train station to a cosmic parasite that runs on dread, and the game barely walks you across the gap. It earns the swerve, though, with one of the most unnerving sequences on the console. You stumble into a great hall in the middle of a ritual, the cult gathered to summon their Dark Messiah, the air getting hotter and heavier as something enormous and alive begins to take shape overhead. It's the exact moment the subway horror and the cosmic horror crash together, and it's genuinely hard to put words to what you're looking at. And whichever companion made it that far is standing right there with you when it happens. The people you kept alive, or didn't, walk into the last scene behind you. It's clunky. It gets genuinely confusing by the end, and you'll want a guide for the final stretch. And even with one, you'll get lost. But nothing else on this list nails that one specific feeling of being small and hunted in a place that's supposed to be safe. And because it never came to America, almost nobody who would have fallen in love with it ever got the chance. If you only know Persona from the modern games, all stylish menus and anime, cool. The second one on the PlayStation crawled out of a much stranger, darker place. Here's the idea it runs on, and it's a genuinely unsettling one once it clicks. In this game, rumors become real, not as a metaphor, as a literal rule of the world. If enough people believe a rumor, it comes true. A shop starts selling an item because the street says it does. A person becomes dangerous because the city decided they were. Reality quietly reshapes itself to match whatever everyone is whispering. You play as adults, not teenagers. The lead is a magazine reporter named Maya Amano. She and the people around her start chasing a wave of strange events in a place called Sumaru City, and they realize the local urban legends aren't just spooky stories, they're rewriting reality. And someone is deliberately feeding the city rumors to twist the world into something worse. You even use it as a game mechanic. You can visit fortune tellers and spread rumors yourself to bend things your way. Make a shop stock a rare item. Make an enemy weaker. Change what's true by getting people to say it is, which is an uncomfortable thing to hold in your hands, given that the villain is doing the exact same thing on a citywide scale, and doing it to hurt people. A rumor spreads that a certain person is a monster, and the belief alone makes it so. Old legends start walking around because enough people keep repeating them. There's even a thread where a rumor about a coming apocalypse gathers so much momentum that it starts dragging the apocalypse into being, a whole city talking itself into its own end. And it goes to genuinely dark places for a game like this. Cults using the rumor system to recruit and control people. Manipulation on a mass scale. A body count that keeps climbing while the city talks itself into believing none of it is really happening. It's less a spooky RPG and more a story about how a lie, spread widely enough, stops being a lie and starts killing people. One thing worth knowing, because it tells you the tone, Persona 2 came in two halves. The first, called Innocent Sin, didn't get an official English release for over a decade, and Atlus never gave one clear public reason why. The half that reached America back in 2000, the one we're talking about, is called Eternal Punishment. Running through it is a curse that stuck with a lot of players, the Joker. The idea is that if you take out your phone and dial your own number, something answers. A figure called the Joker picks up. You give him a name, and he goes and kills that person for you. A hitman you summon by dialing your own phone. In the game, he's the thing behind the murders Maya is chasing, and he hides his face under a blood-stained paper bag, which somehow makes him worse. It's playground legend logic turned into a real threat, and it fits the tone exactly because the tone is occult and paranoid and adult in a way games like this almost never attempted back then. Underneath all of it sits the series' usual machinery, talking demons into joining you, fusing them together into new ones. Tarot cards, a cosmic staring match between a kind force and a cruel one that treats humanity as a bet. It all points at one deeply uncomfortable idea. Belief can be turned into a weapon. A lie repeated by enough people becomes true enough to kill you. Eternal punishment drops you into a city where that's simply how things work, and leaves you there for dozens of hours. For a series people now think of as stylish and cool, it's a genuinely disquieting corner of its early years. Now, the rabbit hole. This is the strangest game on the list, and the one I have the hardest time letting go of. Kowloon's Gate is a surreal first-person adventure. You wander through a rotting, dreamlike city, talking to grotesque locals and solving your way deeper in. And it only ever came out in Japan. What makes it land is what that city is based on. It's a haunted, mystical version of a real place, the Kowloon Walled City. To understand why that choice is so loaded, you need to know about the original. The Kowloon Walled City was an actual place in Hong Kong. Picture a single city block, a few acres, with somewhere over 30,000 people packed inside it. Buildings piled on top of buildings until they fused into one solid concrete mass. It was so dense, the inside never saw sunlight, and residents ran their own water pipes and wiring through the gaps. It was ungoverned in any real sense, run in the shadows, full of unlicensed dentists and backroom everything. It had a worldwide reputation as one of the most extreme places human beings ever crammed themselves into. People called it the City of Darkness, and it was torn down across 1993 and 1994. Cleared, gutted, turned into a park, just a few years before this game came out. Tearing it down took the authorities most of a year, which tells you how tangled it was. A whole vertical world of people and businesses and shadow economies that had grown for decades with nobody officially in charge, threaded through with organized crime. And then it was simply gone, paved flat. For a Japanese studio in 1997, that fresh erasure of a genuine legendary place wasn't trivia, it was raw material. Kowloon's Gate takes it and builds the horror on top. The game's world is split in two, a living side and a spirit side, and the two are supposed to stay in balance. They've fallen out of balance, and the demolished walled city has reappeared where it has no business being. A leak between the living world and the spirit world, a place that shouldn't exist anymore and does. You play a sort of spiritual exorcist, sent in through the gate to seal it. More specifically, you're a feng shui master, sent by the Hong Kong Supreme Feng Shui Council to find out why the city came back and to fix the twisted flow of energy pouring out of it. That means performing divination rituals, expelling evil spirits, and at points, traveling through time and waking up 4 divine beasts to put the world back in balance. It was made by Sony Music Entertainment, it came out in early 1997, and it runs across 4 discs. It never left Japan, and for decades, most English speakers simply couldn't play it, until a complete fan translation patch finally landed in 2026. So, you go in, and what's inside is dreamlike in the worst way. A rotting maze of narrow corridors and dead ends and staircases that don't lead where they should. It's full of grotesque, half-human figures who talk in riddles, sell you strange things, and read your fortune. And they aren't only people. Some are people fused with everyday objects. At one point, you get cornered by a man who's been merged with a cocktail shaker. That's the register the whole game runs at, and it leaves you feeling like you've wandered somewhere you were never meant to be and can't quite find your way out of. It never once stops to explain itself, so you're always a little lost, always a little unwelcome, moving through a place that used to be real and now only exists as a bad memory the world is still having. That's what lifts it past ordinary horror. Most spooky games invent a haunted location from nothing. Kowloon's gate reached for one of the densest, strangest, most claustrophobic places that ever actually stood, waited until it had been wiped off the map, and rebuilt it as a cursed echo you have to walk through. It isn't made-up dread. It's the ghost of somewhere that was real, and it never got a release outside Japan, so for most people it's a rumor of a game about the ghost of a demolished city. Jade Cocoon came out in 1998, right in the middle of the creature-collecting craze, when Pokemon and Digimon and Monster Rancher were everywhere. On its face, it's another one of those. You play a young man named Levant, from a village called Cyrus. Your father was a cocoon master before you, a kind of magical beast tamer, and he vanished years ago. Your job is to head into the forest, capture wild creatures called minions, and use them to fight for you. Familiar stuff. The reason it looks so lovely is the art. The character designs in the cutscenes were done by Katsuya Kondo, a longtime character designer at Studio Ghibli, the people behind those famous Miyazaki films. So the whole game has that soft, warm storybook look, which, by the way, is probably why almost nobody played it. It shipped on a demo disc that also carried a playable preview of Final Fantasy VIII, so plenty of people who bought it were really there for the Final Fantasy demo, and the little creature game mostly slipped by unnoticed. One small coincidence, Levant carries an ocarina, the same instrument Link plays in Zelda, and both games happen to come out the same year. The story underneath is stranger than it needed to be. Levant comes from a village whose job, generation after generation, is to walk into the forest and calm the demons living there. They're holding back a curse and a slow, creeping plague that would otherwise consume everyone. His own bride gets pulled into it. The cutscenes deliver all of this in heavy, symbol-loaded narration with no subtitles. So half the time you're piecing together a genuinely bleak fairy tale out of tone alone. Here's the part that isn't Pokemon. You don't just collect the creatures, you merge them. The game lets you fuse two of your minions into a single new one, and it builds the result automatically, on the fly. That means you can create combinations the developers never hand-designed, a nearly endless run of hybrids. Sounds like a neat feature. Then you see what it actually produces. Fusing creatures in Jade Cocoon gives you these grotesque, cobbled-together things. The base creatures are already strange, part insect, part animal, part plant, and merging them just multiplies the wrongness. Bodies that don't belong to each other stitched into one. An extra head where there shouldn't be one. Limbs at the wrong angles. All of it drawn in that same lovely Ghibli style. You take two beautiful little forest animals and blend them into an unholy hybrid on purpose, because it's stronger, and the game renders your creation in the exact gorgeous style it uses for everything else. And it costs you. The merging isn't free and isn't clean. You're permanently spending and using up creatures to build the new ones, feeding one into another with no way to take it back. Strip it all down and it's a game about a boy whose inherited duty is to walk into a forest, catch its living things, and melt them together into weapons, dressed up in the look of a children's fairy tale. It's the mildest thing on this list by a wide margin, but there's something uniquely wrong about body horror drawn by the hands of Studio Ghibli. The prettier the brush, the more disturbing the result feels. And Jade Cocoon is the only game I can think of that gets that exact contrast right. Near the bottom, we get a breather, because not everything disturbing has to be heavy. And Medieval is the best kind of that. You might actually have fond memories of this one. It's a gothic action platformer with a look pulled straight out of Tim Burton, all crooked graveyards and Halloween Town colors. You play a skeleton knight named Sir Daniel Fortesque, and Dan's whole deal is a good dark joke. He died in his very first battle, killed by the very first arrow of the fight before he even swung his sword. A total failure. But the king needed a hero for the history books, so the official story got rewritten. Dan died gloriously leading the charge and personally cut down the villain, and he was buried as a legend he came nowhere near earning. 100 years later, an evil sorcerer named Zarok comes back. He's the same one whose army the kingdom had been fighting the day Dan died. He drops the whole land into eternal night and raises the dead to serve him. By accident, he raises Dan too, except Dan keeps his own mind. So the coward who got mythologized as a hero gets one more shot, a century too late, to actually become the thing the storybooks already claimed he was. Fun aside, the game started life back in 1995 as an arcade shooter called Dead Man Dan, before Sony bought the studio and turned it into this. The redemption is even built into how you play. Scattered through each haunted level are the stolen souls of the dead. Collect enough of them in a stage and you earn a chalice, which sends you off to a place called the Hall of Heroes to meet the legends who actually earned their spot. And they reward you with better weapons. So Dan spends the whole game literally collecting proof of worth, level by level, trying to earn his way honestly into a Hall of Fame he was fraudulently placed into a century ago. What lands it on a list like this is the imagery. For something that looks and plays like a family-friendly platformer, Medieval is packed with genuinely creepy stuff. Zombies dragging themselves up out of fresh graves, headless soldiers still wandering the old battlefield where they fell, gargoyles that peel off the walls to talk to you, an asylum full of feral patients in straitjackets, a sunken, drowned town, a ghost ship crewed by the skeletons of its dead pirates, a field of murderous scarecrows, and a finale where the sky itself tears open for demonic forces. Dan himself is a skeleton missing half his jaw, and one of his signature moves is ripping off his own arm to swing as a club. It's grim, but it's grinning the whole time, and after everything else on this list, a graveyard romp that's this happy to play with its own morbidity is a genuinely nice place to catch your breath. Which leaves the one at the very bottom. And it's here for a strange reason. It isn't the goriest, it isn't the most upsetting, it's disturbing in a way that's almost hard to put into words. It's the game that gives you nothing, and does it so completely that the emptiness itself becomes the point. The Note is a survival horror game from 1997 that reached Japan and Europe, but never North America, and there's almost no information about it anywhere. No development story, no interviews, nothing. It just sits there in the library like a game nobody will admit to making. The setup? 3 students from a school's occult club vanish while away on holiday. One of them, a girl named Linda, sends her mother a set of disturbing photographs before she disappears. And the mother hires a freelance occult reporter named Akira, along with his assistant, to go find them. It's a fine hook. The game likes it so much, it drops its own title on you 3 separate times before the actual game even begins. And then it does everything it can to make playing it a chore. Every single action runs through a slow, buried menu. To open a door, you stop, open the menu, pick execute, pick operate, pick open, for every door in the game. There's a shop you constantly need to visit to restock ammo and oil and supplies, and its only entrances are back at the very start. So running low late in the game means trekking all the way home and all the way back. And there's an infamous stretch where a character asks you to keep her lamp topped up with oil, 1 canister at a time, from clear across the map, on the game's schedule instead of yours, dropping whatever you're doing every time it pings you. It is genuinely miserable to sit through, and after all that babysitting, it turns out not to matter. However carefully you keep her lit, she ends up captured anyway. The game keeps setting up choices and then quietly informing you they were never choices. The eventual payoff, some business about a demon and a soul sealed in a red stone and the doomed kids, never really resolves into anything either. Things happen. Characters show up right when they're needed and hand you exactly what you need. None of it means much. You grind through a tedious game, and you reach the end holding nothing. And I keep coming back to it, because that specific flavor of nothing, a horror game that's bleak not because of its monsters, but because of its flat refusal to give you any meaning or reward or relief, is its own kind of unsettling. Most games on this list disturb you with what they show you. The Note disturbs you with how empty it's willing to be. Fitting, really, that it's the one history forgot. From a goofy platformer secretly built out of the dead, all the way down to a forgotten little game that hands you nothing and somehow makes that the whole point. And this barely scratches what's buried in that library. If you think I missed one, and I promise I missed one, drop it in the comments, because I read them, and half my list ideas come from you anyway. There's a video on screen that YouTube thinks you'll like, so go check that out. Take it easy, and have yourselves a damn good one.
The first time a PS1 game scared me, it didn't have photorealistic faces or ray-traced lighting. It had fog, dead silence, and a hallway that went on for just a little too long. And it scared me in a way that nothing since ever has. Now there's a part of me that spent years trying to understand why. Why a console from 1994, with hardware so limited it could barely hold a human face together, can reach somewhere inside you that $100 million production never will. And I think the answer is something that most people overlook entirely. The PS1 era didn't just make horror games, it accidentally invented a language of fear that we've been trying to recreate ever since, and failing. Every limitation that console had became a weapon. The fog wasn't a creative choice, it was just hardware choking. And it turned every street into a place where anything could be standing 10 feet ahead of you, and you would never know until it was too late. The silence was an atmosphere, it was a budget that ran out, and it made every footstep scarier than anything a modern engine could ever produce. Faces rendered with 12 polygons that didn't really look like people at all. Games from this era carried a weight that I have never found anywhere else. Welcome to 404. In this episode, we go deep into the PS1 horror games that people never really looked into. I want to pull them out of the dark and show you exactly what they did to me. Chapter 1. Parasite Eve, 1998. Parasite Eve came out in 1998, and it was made by Square, the people behind Final Fantasy, who for some reason decided to make an M-rated horror game about mitochondria set in New York City during Christmas week. That is the actual premise. And the wild part is that it works because the science underneath it is not made up. You can finish this game, look up endosymbiotic theory, and find out that mitochondria carry their own DNA, replicate independently, and are inherited maternally. Every time the franchise moved away from that real foundation, the games got worse. And I do not think that is a coincidence. Before you even press start, the title screen is just shots of real New York at night, with a track that sounds like it belongs in a 90s cop thriller. Words flash on screen: resonance, fusion, selection, inception. The game opens on Christmas Eve 1997 at Carnegie Hall. Aya Brea, 25-year-old NYPD detective, is at the opera on a date with a man we never see again. I'm not exaggerating, he gets one throwaway mention from her partner Daniel later, and that's the last anyone ever speaks of this guy. I kinda feel bad for him, honestly. The soprano Melissa Pierce pauses mid-performance, and then the entire audience catches fire. And not from an explosion or anything external, the people themselves combust, with flames pouring from their eyes and mouths while still sitting in their seats. Aya is completely unaffected and has no clue why. She heads backstage, and the singer now calls herself Eve, tells Aya her mitochondria needs more time to develop, which at this point means absolutely nothing to us. And then Aya gets this split-second flash of a young girl in a hospital room, before Eve mutates into a winged form and disappears through the floor. That hospital glimpse is maybe 2 seconds long, and the game never explains it, but it sat in the back of my mind for hours, until Day 4 finally answered what it meant. And by then, I had almost forgotten about it entirely. A lot of horror games dump their mystery on you in the first 10 minutes and have nothing left by the end. So the fact that this one plants a question and then makes you wait is something I have a lot of respect for. Square had done an opera scene 4 years earlier in Final Fantasy VI, one of the most iconic moments in JRPGs, and a scene about beauty and reflection. And this one takes the exact same setup and turns it into a mass cremation, which is a pretty bold choice from the same company, whether they meant the parallel or not. The game plays out over 6 days across Manhattan. Carnegie Hall sewers, Central Park, the Museum of Natural History, Chinatown, the Statue of Liberty, all real locations rendered as pre-rendered backgrounds at 320 by 240 that somehow look more lived in than open worlds with 100 times the budget. Between missions, you return to the precinct, and there is no voice acting in this game beyond a few combat grunts, which in 1998 was normal, but ends up making the precinct sections feel more like reading a case file than watching a performance, especially with that police procedural music track playing underneath that sounds like it belongs in Heat or Seven, and not in a JRPG at all. The combat system has never been replicated, and I've spent way too much time trying to figure out why nobody has attempted it. When you trigger an encounter, the room inverts, enemies appear on the same screen, and a barrier locks you in. Your ATB fills while you run around dodging attacks in real time, and when it is full, you pick your action with a dome showing your gun range. In a normal ATB system, you stand in a line and wait, but here you're moving, dodging, and making positioning calls the whole time, which is why nothing else feels like this even decades later. The weapon tuning lets you rip stats from one gun and transplant them onto another using tool items, but the donor gets destroyed, so every weapon becomes an investment that you're either building on or sacrificing. There's also a spell called Liberate around level 33 that more or less deletes whatever boss you're fighting, and the community has been doing no Liberate challenge runs for years because of how much it breaks the endgame. There's a fight on a horse carriage in Central Park with a scrolling background and barely any room to dodge that is one of the best boss encounters on the console purely on atmosphere. Day 4 at St. Francis Hospital is where all the threads come together, because Aya finds donor lists linking her dead mother and twin sister to Melissa Pierce through organ transplants going back to 1977. And the whole conspiracy being held together by kidney donations is unsettling in a way that a demon portal could never be, because organ donation is something people do out of generosity, and this game turns it into the delivery mechanism for a mitochondrial apocalypse. The body horror goes further than you would expect from the Final Fantasy company. A rat transforms in an unbroken FMV shot. The police dog everyone has been petting becomes a 3-headed thing called Kerberos, and Eve reanimates dinosaur skeletons in the museum, while Aya just says something like, "You've got to be kidding me." Daniel's final moment, leaping from a helicopter without a parachute, catching fire, and throwing Aya the bullets she needs before crashing into the ocean, is probably my favorite partner scene in any game, and the man survived the whole thing. But the setup for that moment is even better than the moment itself. Throughout the game, Maeda keeps handing you good luck charms that seem to do nothing except waste inventory space, and he gives you a gun early on with stats so bad you would never use it. By the time Daniel throws those bullets at the end The game has spent hours conditioning you to write off everything Maida gives you, and then it turns out he was quietly preparing the one thing that could kill the final boss the whole time. You go from 1 damage per hit to 999, and it completely reframes every interaction you had with a character you dismissed as comic relief. The game has real frustrations. Movement speed is about 10% too slow, the sewers are identical corridors with no map that feel like they exist to pad the runtime. The disc change is the most random one on the PlayStation because you literally just walk across a bridge and swap with no story beat at all. And the ending fumbles by making you run from a slow creature through a hallway where one touch kills you instead of ending on the perfect climax they already built. The Chrysler Building EX dungeon has a true ending worth seeing, but getting there is tedious. But the thing about these flaws is that they're the flaws of a 10-hour game, and they feel worse precisely because everything around them is so tight that any dip stands out. In a 40-hour RPG, a bad sewer section disappears into the noise. Here, it takes up a real percentage of your time, and you notice. The game is a sequel to Hideaki Sena's 1995 novel, not an adaptation. Sena was a pharmacologist who tested mitochondria for a living, which explains why the novel reads almost like a textbook for its first 100 pages, because the man just cannot stop explaining cellular processes. He had no involvement in the game, did not know the story until it shipped, and said he was impressed when he finally played it. Which, coming from an author whose work got rewritten without his input, is not something you hear often. There's also a 1997 film by Ochi with a Hisaishi score, and if you go in expecting the game's tone, you'll be confused because the film spends most of its runtime on the love story between the researcher and his wife before her death. Ochi publicly resented this, saying the studio forced the romantic angle on him, and once you know that, every tonal compromise in the film makes sense. Hisaishi's score does a lot of heavy lifting though, giving the romance this haunting melancholy that keeps it from feeling fully cheesy, and I would not be surprised if Shimomura listened to it while writing the game soundtrack because the emotional textures are close. The film's ending goes love conquers all, and the novel's ending has Eve basically making a strategic mistake and the ultimate being dying on its own, which always felt like a letdown to me. The game found a better middle ground than either of them by giving you just enough real biology through Maida's dialogue and Clamp's lectures to understand why people are burning alive without ever killing the pacing. Sakaguchi's original pitch for Final Fantasy VII was a detective story set in 1999 New York, and when that got shelved, he held onto it until Square picked up Sena's novel and gave him the excuse to build it with a horror skin. Once you know that, the cop shows bones that are impossible to see. The precinct as your hub, Daniel as your partner, each day structured like a procedural episode. Aya's design was an accidental merge between a long-haired Aerith concept that was not working and an unrelated short-haired sketch Nomura had been doodling, and that accident gave Square a protagonist who looks like an actual off-duty cop instead of a video game character, which is probably the best design stumble they ever made. So naturally, a sequel happened, and this is where things start going sideways. Parasite Eve 2 replaced the ATB combat. The range dome and the weapon tuning with tank controls, fixed cameras, and real-time shooting, which is what happens when you hand a franchise to Kenichi Iwao, the guy who wrote the original Resident Evil at Capcom. A completely different team in Osaka built it with zero connection to the PE1 crew. The part of PE2 that does not get enough attention is that it is actually a solid game wearing the wrong name. If this had launched as a new IP, it would probably be remembered as one of the better survival horror titles on the PS1. The first enemies you encounter, the strangers, look completely human until they warp and contort into gray-skinned predators right in front of you, which taps into a fear the first game never touched, because now you're wondering if the person next to you is still a person. Dryfield, this abandoned desert truck stop in the middle of the game, is probably the best atmospheric stretch on the console. Bleached and empty during the day, pitch dark at night with horse-like things called chasers galloping through the streets while you navigate by flashlight. There's an old veteran named Douglas with his dog Flint, and a PI called Kyle Madigan, who you're never sure is on your side until a reveal that either works or does not, depending on how much you trusted him. The villain number 9, a guy who voluntarily paid scientists to turn him into a creature because he thinks humans are an evolutionary dead end, has an ideology you can at least follow, even though he is completely wrong, which already puts him above the average survival horror antagonist. Then the series disappeared for 10 years and came back on the PSP without even using the Parasite Eve name, because Square Enix had not renewed the rights from Senna's publisher. It shipped as the third birthday with Tabata directing, Nomura back as creative producer, and Toriyama on scenario. The overdive body-hopping mechanic where you jump between soldiers during combat is a genuinely interesting idea trapped on hardware with one analog stick. The clothing damage where Aya's outfit progressively tears off as she takes hits was described by Nomura as a risk-reward decision. And between the shower scene, the maid costume, and the bunny suit, it is pretty obvious the game wants to be a serious military story about time travel and human extinction, while simultaneously putting its protagonist in torn underwear. But the deeper problem is that the mitochondria are just gone. The science that gave this franchise its whole identity, the reason the horror felt different from every other supernatural game on the shelf, they dropped it for time travel and cosmic aliens, and the result could be anything with any name on it. They also brought back Maida, except now he says things like, "How sweet must your tears taste?" to the character he thinks is Aya, which is a hell of a thing to do to a character people had genuine affection for. And then the twist. The Aya you have been playing is not Aya, but Eve Brea from PE2, trapped in her body since 2010. With the real Aya dead since before the game started, and her shattered soul being the very monsters you spent the whole game fighting. Every clothing tear, every shower scene, applied to a 12-year-old's consciousness and an adult body. You spend the whole game guiding someone you care about through one more crisis, and then find out she was already gone before you press start. And instead of feeling sad, you just feel lied to. The ending makes you pull the trigger on the real Aya, while Strahovski and Ackles deliver solid voice performances with a script that deserved neither of them. It scored 71 on Metacritic, sold 354,000 against a 500,000 target, and the franchise has been completely dormant since. The 2022 Symbiogenesis trademark turned out to be an NFT, and as of 2026, no remake has been confirmed, with the IP co-ownership between Square Enix and Senna's publisher reportedly complicating everything. Each entry moved further from the biology that made the first game matter, and that trajectory tells you everything. PE1 built its horror on real science, and that is why it endures. PE2 kept some of the foundation but swapped the identity for Resident Evil mechanics. The third birthday dropped the science completely, and there was nothing left underneath. And every December for over 25 years now, people boot up the original and play through it one day at a time, from December 24th to the 29th, matching the in-game calendar. That is not nostalgia, that is a game that earned it. Chapter 2 Dino Crisis. Every kid had that one person in their life who handed them a game like it was contraband and said, "Trust me, this one is different." For me, it was my uncle, who gave me a copy of Dino Crisis and told me it was like Resident Evil, but with dinosaurs, which sounded like the greatest thing anyone had ever said to me. The game came out in 1999 from Capcom, and if you've never played a PS1 game and just watched videos about them, you're probably not going to understand why this one matters so much to people. Because this is not a game you appreciate from a distance. This is one that got into your bones when you were young and never fully left. I was so hyped that I told my friends about it before I even put the disc in. And when we finally sat down and played it together, the room went from excited to dead silent within about 10 minutes, because nobody was prepared for how fast the raptors moved or how loud the screen got when one grabbed you. Zombies in Resident Evil shuffled toward you and gave you time to think. The dinosaurs in Dino Crisis sprint at you, follow you through doors, and knock the gun out of your hands. And the first time that happened to us, we just sat there staring at the screen, trying to figure out what to do with no weapon and a raptor circling. That fear was different from anything Resident Evil ever did to me, because dinosaurs are not made up. And when those things come at you in a dark facility, your brain does not fully separate the fiction from the fact, the way it does with zombies or ghosts. Shinji Mikami made this game after moving into a producer role at Capcom following Resident Evil's success. By 1998, he had pulled together a small team and started building what he saw as the real next step after the original Resident Evil, not RE2. The earliest version was a jungle survival concept with primates and reptiles, before Mikami pushed it toward dinosaurs. Jurassic Park clearly haunted the cultural background of the project, but his own explanation was simpler. Dinosaurs were strong, fast, real, and terrifying. And he wanted to build horror around creatures that could make the player feel like prey. He called it panic horror, and it describes how the game feels pretty accurately, because there's no slow creeping dread in Dino Crisis. There's just you, a facility of locked doors and DDK codes, and prehistoric predators that want to eat you right now. The game opens with your team parachuting onto Ibis Island at night. Within seconds, one of the 4 agents, Cooper, lands in the wrong spot and gets eaten by a T-Rex in full view of a moonlit sky. He gets about 15 seconds of screen time before becoming dinner, and the community has spent 25 years making jokes about it. But what that opening does is tell you exactly what kind of game this is. The facility is a military research base where Dr. Kirk has been experimenting with third energy, a clean power source that tore a hole in space-time and swapped part of the island with the same area from 65 million years ago. Dinosaurs poured through the rift and slaughtered the staff. Your team was sent to capture Kirk, and what was supposed to be an extraction becomes a survival situation the moment you step inside and find hallways full of spent shell casings and partially eaten corpses. Mikami built a full 3D engine for this instead of using Resident Evil's pre-rendered backgrounds, so when a raptor bursts through a door behind you, the camera follows instead of cutting to the next static angle. Kirk himself is alive and still conducting experiments in the middle of all this, which tells you everything about his priorities. When Regina catches him, he acts like she's the problem for interrupting his work, and even after she explains that his colleagues are dead and dinosaurs are in the building, his main concern is protecting the research data. I've met people like this in group projects. They're never as smart as they think they are, and they always cause the most damage. What made this game crawl under my skin as a kid was the sound design. The clicking and hissing of raptors echoing through corridors before you could see them, and the rhythmic thud of the T-Rex's footsteps that made the screen shake before it appeared, trained my brain to associate certain sounds with panic. You would be solving a DDK puzzle, and while your brain is busy working out the code, your ears catch claw scratches from somewhere down the hall. The game never lets thinking and surviving exist separately. The combat is built around the idea that you're not supposed to win fights easily. Raptors take 3 or 4 shotgun blasts to kill, can absorb shots while charging, and their leaping pin attack flashes danger across the screen while you mash buttons to shake them off. I told my friends this was going to be the coolest game ever, and 10 minutes later, we were 3 kids silently learning what prey animals feel like. When they hit you hard enough, you start bleeding, which drains your health and leaves a trail on the floor that other raptors can follow. Stopping the bleeding requires a hemostat that does not restore health. The mixing system lets you craft tranquilizer darts from the same chemicals you need for medical supplies, so every decision about what to make is also a decision about what you're giving up. The T-Rex appears at set points and cannot be killed with anything in your inventory. Not the shotgun, not the grenade launcher, nothing. Every encounter is a survival event where you evade until a cutscene bails you out, which sounds anticlimactic until you're in the room with it, and the screen is shaking, and the sound is deafening, and its head is taking up half the frame. If it were a traditional boss, you would hoard ammo for it instead of spending on raptors, and by making it unkillable, Mikami freed you to fight everything else without guilt. Even the supply caches are designed to stress you out, because there are never enough unlocking plugs for every box, and every plug you spend is permanent. There's a puzzle where you need a dead researcher's ID card, so you look up his number in a personnel register, page his beeper, and follow the beeping through the facility until you find the corpse. The satisfaction of working that out was absurd for something that amounts to calling a dead man's pager. Regina is a weapons specialist with red hair and dry humor who punches Kirk in the face when his ego gets insufferable. Her voice actress Stephanie Morgenstern, who also voiced Mina in Sailor Moon. The branching system asks you to side with either Gale, who wants to complete the mission at any cost, or Rick, who wants to get everyone out alive. The choices felt innovative in 1999 and feel quaint now that Mass Effect exists. But the hidden third ending where you knock out Gale to keep him safe and then go after Kirk yourself rewards you for thinking outside the binary without ever telling you the option exists. The underground section drags and some of the late game puzzles are genuinely obtuse, but the final moments save it. The T-Rex chase where you run toward the camera Crash Bandicoot style and throw a bomb into its mouth while shouting "You're extinct" is the kind of moment that makes you forgive everything the last hour put you through. Dino Crisis sold 2.4 million copies and went platinum. Dino Crisis 2 arrived in 2000 with Shu Takumi directing, stripped out the survival mechanics, and turned the whole thing into an arcade combo game where raptors die in 2 blasts, and you spend points at shop terminals between levels. The whole power dynamic flips from you being prey to you being the danger. The alien to aliens comparison everyone makes is accurate, and the aggressive scoring feels like early rehearsal for Devil May Cry a year later. It sold 1.2 million copies, but half the audience from the first game did not follow it into the Cretaceous period. Dino Crisis 3 in 2003 on Xbox is where the franchise died. Capcom had a game built on a specific fear, being hunted by something that once ruled this planet, and instead of going deeper, they kept handing it to teams who wanted to make something different. Mikami left. By the mid-2000s, nobody at Capcom had any personal investment in making another one, and a franchise built on one team's specific feeling about dinosaurs and fear was never going to survive on brand recognition alone. I still have that copy my uncle gave me. The disc is scratched and the case is cracked, and I have not put it in a PS1 in years because I can play it on Steam now for $5. But the raptors still click and hiss the same way they did when I was sitting on the floor with my friends trying not to scream. And the T-Rex's footsteps still make me tense up before it appears on screen, and Regina still punches Kirk in his smug face with the same energy she had 27 years ago. Zombies expire, ghosts fade, demons get old. Dinosaurs do not, because they were here first, and a PS1 game from 1999 is still the best anyone has ever done at reminding you what it would feel like to share a building with them. Chapter 3. Hell Knight. Hell Knight was made by a company called Deno Aizo Seisakusho, and I promise you've never heard of them because they do not even have a Japanese Wikipedia page, which for a company that published through Atlus is kind of criminal. A friend of mine kept telling me to play this for weeks, and when I say kept telling me, I mean he would not shut up about it. He played horror games at night with the lights off and the volume up, and would get annoyed if you told him you played something during the day. Atlus published it in Japan in June 1998 under the name Dark Messiah, and Konami brought it to Europe at the very end of 1999 with barely any copies printed. There is no combat whatsoever, just one creature that stalks you through an underground city beneath Tokyo. And if it catches you, whoever's walking beside you dies permanently, while you keep going alone. Famitsu gave it a 28 out of 40, a German magazine called Maniac gave it 19 out of 100, and another German outlet gave it a 7. And I do not know what a game has to do to earn a 7, but I am fairly sure it involves showing up at the reviewer's house. The game opens with you, a nameless salaryman, getting chased through the streets of Tokyo by chanting cultists before you flee onto a subway that derails because something is standing on the tracks and 56 people die. Now before you ask, in March 1995, 3 years before this came out, the doomsday cult Aum Shinrikyo released sarin nerve gas on 5 Tokyo subway trains and killed 13 people while injuring over 5,000. That attack broke the country overnight, and Hell Knight's opening is a dramatization of it. The strategy guide confirms this. Pages of bleak essays about standing near traffic and feeling like something horrible could happen to you at any moment, and nobody would notice. And they reference the attacks directly, which is heavy stuff for a strategy guide. The studio was 14 people working out of a vacant garage in Osaka because their founder Saito Yukazawa could not afford a lease, using 3D Studio R4, a DOS-era tool already outdated by 1997, and the art director told everyone to just make things however they liked, which explains why the game looks like 3 different art teams worked on it without ever talking to each other. You and a schoolgirl named Naomi are the only survivors, and you flee into the Tokyo Mesh, a massive underground shelter built on top of Imperial Japanese Army tunnels from World War II that is now full of people who have given up on the surface. Everyone down here has a weird prefix before their name. Brawny Tsuge, Sweeper Lino, Strange Tsunoda, Natural Mika, and the game never tells you why, which bugged me at first, but I stopped caring after 20 minutes, because the mesh gives you way bigger things to worry about. The thing that kept pulling me back every day after school was the silence. This is not the atmospheric quiet of Silent Hill, where the radio crackles and the fog hums. Walking makes no sound. Running makes no sound. The only audio you get is your heartbeat pulsing through the DualShock rumble when your stamina drops. And somewhere in the corridors you cannot see, because the game only renders about 15 feet ahead of you, you can hear the hybrid breathing. My friend told me the silence was the whole point, that the game turns your own room into part of the sound design because any noise from real life bleeds into the experience and your brain cannot separate them. And he was right. although it took me a few sessions to stop wishing the game would just give me some background music. The hybrid drops from a ceiling in the sewers early on and lands on its back like it has no idea how its own body works. And if you're anything like me, your first reaction is going to be that this is not going to be scary at all. But then it evolves. Every time it kills someone, it absorbs them and gets faster, and starts showing up in places you were not expecting. The NPCs pop up in investigation rooms as flat 2D renders that fill your entire screen with zero warning. And the regular people scared me more than the monster, because you're creeping through complete darkness and some guy just materializes in front of you to complain about noise. Naomi can sense the hybrid on your map, which is the only reason you survive the first few hours since she cannot fight it. And if it catches you, she dies, while the screen just says you're all alone now, with no music and no cutscene, just a text box. And that is somehow worse than if they had given you a dramatic death scene. There's a moment where you shut down the mesh's security system to open all the sealed doors, and the game does not tell you it works both ways. When you backtrack through areas you already cleared, you find people you talked to earlier torn apart, because the hybrid can reach them now too. If you lose Naomi, you end up in a bar called Little Jamaica, where a serial killer named Kamiya is sitting there drinking after murdering a police officer and stealing his gun. And he tells you that you are not prey to him, which is how the aliens in this game talk about humans, but you do not know that yet. He becomes your partner, and he can shoot the hybrid, which sounds great until you realize he also threatens to kill almost every NPC you meet, wears sunglasses in pitch-dark tunnels for no reason, and at one point offers to murder a man for suggesting you use the cult's elevator. The game asks if you want to stop him, which, sure, I guess I have to parent a serial killer now on top of everything else. My friend thought Kamiya was the best character in the game, and I still do not know if that says more about the writing or about him. Hell Knight has 6 endings depending on who you finish with, and the companion system is functioning as a morality test and a difficulty setting, and a branching narrative all at once, and the game never tells you. Kamiya's ending is the only one where the aliens win, because it turns out the Hive influenced him into becoming a serial killer as a child, and the cat he kept hearing in the tunnels was the sound of his first victim. So every moment you spent with him, he was already one of them. Naomi's ending is the hardest to get, because she has no weapon for most of the game, and keeping her alive requires near perfection. But if you manage it, she asks you to never tell anyone what happened, because only the two of you would understand. And after everything you went through to keep her alive, that line hits different. Finishing alone means the Dark Messiah is born, and the credits roll in silence. After Hell Knight, the studio shipped one more game for the Dreamcast that never left Japan, and then dissolved without telling anyone. And their archived website is one of the only traces they existed. In 2022, a ROM hacker released an undubbed patch that restores the Japanese voice acting Konami stripped from the European version, which means the best way to play a 1998 game is a fan modification of a PAL disc that barely anyone owns. Kept alive not by a studio, but by people who played it and refused to let it disappear. My friend still brings it up when we talk about horror, and he always says the same thing, that most horror games try to scare you with what they show you, and Hell Knight scares you with what it takes away. If you can find a way to run it, play it alone, do not look anything up, and if you're braver than I am, go ahead and turn the lights off. You deserve to fall into the Hive without knowing what is down there. Chapter 4. Nightmare Creatures. I bought Nightmare Creatures on PS1 a while back. No real reason, just saw it on a shelf and grabbed it. And when I finally played through the whole thing, I understood why nobody can agree on whether this game is good or not. It came out in 1997, made by about 15 people at a French studio called Callisto Entertainment in Bordeaux, who built their own 3D engine from scratch and modeled the game's streets from actual 19th century maps of London, which sounds like a cool trivia fact until you play the game and realize, yeah, these streets do feel like real places, crumbling and wet and wrong in a way that most PS1 environments do not. Callisto went bankrupt in 2002, and the IP got swallowed in liquidation and has been stuck in legal limbo ever since. So if you're wondering why this game has never been re-released on anything, that is why, and it probably never will be. We pick either Ignatius, a priest with a staff, or Nadia, a gymnast with a sword. Nadia has a move called Bloody Ballerina. Before you ask, yes, that is a tornado spin attack, and before you ask again, obviously I picked her. So we start in Chelsea at night, and this first level is the reason anyone remembers this game. We are creeping through fog so thick we can barely see 15 feet ahead. Rats scurrying past our ankles, pub signs creaking overhead. A zombie crawls out of the ground, and we chop it in half and keep walking, past rain-slicked cobblestones, past a gate we cannot open that makes the alley feel like an actual dead end instead of just a wall, past a window we cannot look through, and the whole time the soundtrack is doing this low organ pulse underneath everything that makes it feel less like a video game and more like something we should not be seeing. This level is incredible. We can take our time, soak in the atmosphere, let the dread build up the way horror is supposed to build. And then we get to level 2, and the game decides we're having too much fun. There is a blue bar on the left side of the screen called the adrenaline meter, and it starts draining the second we stop fighting. If it empties, we start losing health and die. The story says our character is infected with the same plague that is turning London into monsters, and only adrenaline keeps the virus from taking over. Which, sure, I guess that is a reason, but what it means in practice is that we have to sprint from fight to fight constantly, or the game murders us for looking at the scenery. We cannot stop to read the shop signs in Marylebone. We cannot explore Highgate Cemetery. We cannot even stand still long enough to appreciate the snow falling over Smithfield. And the game built all of this. The team spent 18 months modeling it from real maps, and then made a mechanic that kills you for noticing any of it. I do not understand this decision, and I've been thinking about it for weeks. The combat is tank controls. Up moves forward, left and right rotate, and there are about 30 combos in the manual which we will never use, because the honest strategy for 90% of the game is to mash the weapon button and stun lock whatever we're fighting into a corner until it stops moving. We figure this out within the first 2 levels, and it never changes. And I wish I had something more interesting to say about the combat, but I do not. However, the first time we knock a zombie's head off and it keeps swinging, just arms flailing at nothing, stumbling around the street like it forgot where we went, we stop and watch it. That is a moment. The dismemberment is not just a gore effect. Headless zombies lose track of us. Legless hellhounds cannot claw us. And zombies specifically will keep getting back up no matter how many times we beat them down, unless we cut them in half. And once we figure that out, every kill becomes a confirmation kill, just making absolutely sure this thing is in 2 pieces before we move on. There is an item called the Berserker that makes every single swing a dismembering swing, and for those few seconds, the game becomes something special. Just limbs flying, and the soundtrack slamming into these metal riffs that were composed on a DOS tracker program by a French musician named Frédéric Mott. And apparently Sony could not understand why the team wanted heavy metal in a game set in the 1800s. The team was right, and Sony was wrong, and the soundtrack is the thing people still come back to decades later, which I think is the nicest compliment a game's music can get. The enemies look great, and all die the same way. Werewolves burst through doors with zero warning, and we stun-lock them into a corner. Flying imps disguise themselves as statues, and we stun-lock them into a corner. Spider people crawl out of caves with way too many eyes, and we stun-lock them in a corner. Pepis monsters are these three-headed fusions of multiple bodies that look like someone tried to build a person out of spare parts, and even they get stun-locked into a corner. The Hellhounds are fire-breathing demon dogs that are immune to most items, and the community has a running joke that their toughness rating is off the charts compared to everything else in the game. And honestly, yeah, they are the only enemy that made me actually reconsider my approach, which was to stun-lock them into a corner, from a slightly different angle. By the halfway point, we've seen every trick the combat has, and the next 8 levels are essentially the same fights with different wallpaper. And normally, different wallpaper would at least be fun to look at, except the adrenaline meter is draining, so we cannot. There's a moment on one of the later levels where we clear out every enemy and then realize we missed a switch somewhere, and the switch and the gate it opens are so far apart that running between them without anything to fight drains our adrenaline and kills us. We are standing in this beautiful, snowy level with detailed architecture and moody lighting, and the game is telling us we need to die now because we took too long admiring it. The only workaround, and I need you to understand how stupid this is to lure a zombie to follow us around without killing it, because the game counts being near an enemy as combat. So we end up walking through the level with a shambling corpse shuffling behind us like a really terrible tour guide, just so the meter does not empty while we look for the switch. A zombie escort mission that we invented ourselves because the game would not let us explore any other way. That is Nightmare Creatures in one image. The boss fights are all environmental gimmicks. We chop trees onto a sewer snake, we collapse a ceiling onto a yeti, and we push spiked walls into a Jack the Ripper figure by running between switches while he throws knives at us with tank controls and a locked camera. And every single death means game over. Main menu, reload save, start the level again, die to the same boss, main menu, reload, start again. We spend more time in the menus than in the actual fights. Then we finally reach Adam Crowley on the burning rooftops of Westminster Abbey, and he transforms into a demon, and we cannot damage him with normal attacks, only full combo strings. And once we land one combo, we hit him once and he dies. Once. After everything. I sat through the ending cutscene not sure if I was supposed to feel accomplished or cheated, and a mysterious figure picks up Crowley's severed head and walks away, and the game never tells us who that is, and neither does the manual. Sequel bait for a sequel that nobody liked. The game sold over 1.5 million copies by 2000. They made Nightmare Creatures 2 with a Rob Zombie cutscene soundtrack, and it reviewed worse across the board. A third game set in Prague, where the main character could merge with a pet raven, was in development when Callisto went bankrupt, and Ubisoft picked it up and quietly killed it by 2004. In 2017, an indie studio announced a remake, and in 2020 they tweeted one word: shelved, and nothing has happened since. If you've played Bloodborne, you already know why this game keeps coming up. Victorian Gothic city, a cult plague turning citizens into beasts, melee weapons plus sidearm pistols, werewolves and gargoyles in fog-choked streets, fanatical cultists running the conspiracy, a final fight on burning rooftops. There's no evidence Miyazaki ever played Nightmare Creatures, and From Software's never mentioned it, but I'm not going to be the one to tell the community they're wrong, because the overlap is too clean to ignore. And honestly, at this point, The comparison has become part of the game's identity, whether it's earned or not. The N64 version lets you turn the adrenaline meter off, and most people who replay the game today use that version, which tells you everything you need to know. Nightmare creatures built a world worth being scared in, and then would not let us stand in it long enough to be scared. The fog is still there, the soundtrack is still there, the real London streets are still there. The sound of something dying 3 blocks away is still there. All of it waiting underneath a meter that drains the second we stop swinging. If they had just let us breathe in that atmosphere the way the first level does, this would be remembered as one of the best horror games on the PS1, instead of the one people bring up when somebody mentions Bloodborne.
If you grew up anywhere near a PlayStation 2, there's a feeling you already know. Somewhere between the hum of the console starting up and those blue towers climbing out of the dark on the boot screen, the sense that this black disc with the purple underside was less a machine than a whole stretch of childhood plugged into the television. You played everything on it, but there are still a few games you cannot forget. The ones that sit in the back of your brain, and they weren't really the ones you put the most hours into, but the ones that frightened you and left a nostalgic feeling that never really leaves you. They could reach you because, for the first time, a face could be built close enough to real that the small wrongness still inside it became the whole point. A smile that holds a half second too long. The machine finally turning everything it could show against you. All 4 games here come from one narrow window, 2004 and 2005. Right before Resident Evil 4 put a rifle in your hand and a camera over your shoulder and turned the genre toward action for good. We open on the most famous name and close on the one almost nobody has heard of. Welcome to 404. Let's go back down. We start with the most well-known name on the list. Silent Hill 4: The Room was made by Konami's Team Silent, the studio behind the original games, and released in 2004. And it's about a man who wakes up to find himself locked inside his own apartment, cut off from the outside world with no way out and no way to call for help, trapped in the one place that was supposed to be safe. So let me put you in it. You wake up one morning and the front door of your apartment will not open, because it's been chained shut from the inside with heavy padlocks you never bought and have no key for. And as the morning goes on, you start to understand how complete it is, since the windows will not open either. The phone is dead, the television is dead, and the people you can hear walking past in the hallway just a few feet away are never once going to hear you back. This is room 302 of South Ashfield Heights. You're a man named Henry Townsend, and you live alone. The strangest part of these first hours is how ordinary the place is. Just a plain little flat, a room where nothing bad is ever supposed to happen. And that is exactly the trap, because the whole opening is played through Henry's own eyes, looking around his own home, the one place on Earth that is meant to be safe, while something makes sure he can never leave it. It is worth saying who Henry even is, because the game barely tells you. He's a quiet, calm, slightly shy man who keeps to himself, and the game gives him almost no past to speak of, never names a family or any friends, and offers no real job beyond a faint hint that he might take photographs. He hardly speaks. Even his own neighbors admit they've never really knew him. And he spends most of the game watching things happen rather than making them happen, which turns out to be the perfect fit for a horror story like this, because Henry is basically a stand-in for you, a normal, closed-off person who wakes up one day on the wrong side of a locked door and can only look around and try to understand what's being done to him. Then you find the hole. A big one is opened up in the wall of the bathroom, wet and slowly breathing, with a steel pipe lying across it that you pull free and carry as your first weapon. And the game even offers you a choice about whether to climb inside, which is almost funny when you think about it, because what else is Henry going to do? Sit in this room until his mind gives out? So you climb in, and you come out somewhere else entirely with no warning and no reason given. And the first thing the far side ever shows you is a woman being sick in a subway bathroom and a creature bursting out through the door after her. A thing called a sniffer that is more or less a dog with a long snake of a tongue. And the fighting here is stiff and clumsy in a way that only makes it worse. Because you are not a soldier. You are a man with a pipe who does not really know how to swing it. You do not really move from place to place in this game so much as fall between them. You crawl into a hole and come out sitting on a subway escalator with no warning. And the worlds on the far side are lit with that low, wrong, electric feeling real dreams have. A subway that loops back on itself. A forest, a stone prison, an apartment block that looks just like your own. Every one of them an ordinary place, turned unearthly, and stitched to the next by more holes that Henry steps through without ever stopping to ask why. Bizarre things keep happening, and almost none of them are ever explained, which is exactly how a nightmare feels while you're still trapped inside it. It helps to know that this was never really meant to be a Silent Hill game. After the second one, the team split in two, one group going off to make Silent Hill 3 and tie everything back to the town and the cult, and the other group, led by Suguru Murakoshi, wanted to break the formula and build something that did not look like the rest. A horror game about a man locked in his apartment, which only got the Silent Hill name stamped on it later. That is why it feels like such an odd one out even inside its own series, since it barely visits the town and throws out most of the old story threads. And like the second game before it, that step away from the lore is the very thing that frees it to be its own nightmare. What ties the worlds together is a run of people you meet and then lose, each one another life feeding the thing that is happening. The first is Cynthia, down in the subway, who treats Henry like a half-remembered dream and begs him to help her, and who dies in front of you when the world catches up. The first person you fail to save. In the forest, you find a man named Jasper, a curious sort who got too close to all of it, and he burns. Down in the water prison, a giant stone tower with its cells spiraling into the dark, you free a man named Andrew DeSalvo, who used to work at an orphanage and tells you the place was really the center of a religion, and that a boy named Walter was one of its victims, before the water takes him too. In the world built out of an apartment block, a neighbor named Richard Braintree drops out of the sky and lands beside you, and he does not last either. Every one of them is a number in a list, and you spend the game watching that list being filled in one body at a time. The things you meet in the worlds get stranger the deeper you go, and almost all of them feed back into the same story. Down in the water prison, a creature charges you with no warning at all. A fused, two-headed thing the game calls the Twin Victims, built from a pair of twins who were done away with years ago. The very same double crime that a newspaper turns up in Silent Hill 2. So even the monsters here are stitched together out of old crimes. In the apartment block world, a humanoid thing with a half-melted face drops in front of you, jokingly nicknamed the Gumhead. A creature that moves like an ape and looks like several animals mashed into one. In a hospital world, a body on a table suddenly twists into a monster the game simply calls the Patient, made to look like a face from Silent Hill 3, and it lets out an almost comical little burp every time you hit it, a small touch that should be funny, and somehow only makes the place feel more wrong. And worst of all are the ghosts themselves. The victims come back, drifting toward you slow and lurching with their heads at broken angles, draining your health just by being near, and you cannot put them down. You can only knock them back and pin one to the floor for a few seconds with the Sword of Obedience before it climbs to its feet again. The water prison is also where the game tells you the worst of it. The notes you find down there confirm that this giant stone tower was a prison for children, specifically children from an orphanage called the Wish House, the same cult ground Andrew DeSalvo warned you about, and that as the place fell apart, many of the cells were simply sealed for good, with whatever was inside left exactly where it was. This is the round cell that child Walter keeps writing about in the notes you find. A little boy explaining, in a child's hand, that if he can just do a good job reading the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother, he'll finally get to meet his mother, because an important lady told him so. You are reading the bedtime logic of an abandoned child being slowly shaped into the thing he becomes, and it lands somehow sadder than anything the monsters ever do. The man behind all of it is Walter Sullivan. Players of the second game had heard the name once before, a notorious criminal who died by his own hand in his cell. And here he is, the engine of the entire thing, working through something he calls the 21 Sacraments. To understand it, you have to know what was done to him, because Walter was abandoned in this building as a baby and raised inside that same orphanage Andrew DeSalvo spoke of, a place run by a cult that called itself the Order and worshipped something it named the Holy Mother. And somewhere in all of that, Walter came to believe that Room 302 itself, the only home he ever knew, was his mother. The 21 Sacraments is the cult's rite for waking her up, a list of lives that have to be taken in order, 20 victims and one final receiver, each one numbered with the digits cut into the body. He started young, the count reaching all the way back into the single numbers, and the line has been crawling toward its end for a very long time. Henry is the receiver of wisdom, the 21st, the one this whole thing has been building toward, which means he was never just an unlucky bystander, he's the last piece of it. And the slow, sick turn of the game is the moment you understand that the room you thought was your prison is really the altar. You piece the real shape of it together slowly, because each of the people you fail to save dies the same way, with a number cut into their body. And at first that just reads as one more grim flourish, until you start to notice the numbers do not match how many people you've actually lost, that the count is running far higher than it should, and reaching back years before you ever woke up sealed in that room. After Andrew DeSalvo dies down in the water prison, you find a note that finally lays it out. The rules of the 21 Sacraments. 21 lives taken in a fixed order for the descent of the Holy Mother. And the whole game rearranges itself in your head, because you understand now that you are not standing at the beginning of anything at all. You're near the end of a countdown that's been running your entire life, and long before it, and the only number still left to fill in is yours. And Walter is never only the grown man working his way through the worlds, because a small boy in the same clothes drifts through the levels too, a child version of Walter who looks no older than 10, and seems somehow to be trying to stop his older self. The abandoned kid and the grown monster sharing one long nightmare. There's also Joseph, the man who lived in room 302 before Henry, and he's far more than just a previous tenant, because Joseph was a journalist who had spent years digging into the string of crimes tied to Walter Sullivan, writing articles on the Wish House orphanage and the cult that ran it, and now he leaves notes behind in red, hidden through the walls and the worlds, so that following them is the way Henry slowly works the whole thing out. There's a clever trick buried in the first minutes too, because that opening nightmare's not even Henry at all. It is Joseph's final moments, the last tenant standing over a framed photo of the new one and asking who this guy even is, one person ahead of you in the same line. And the building's caretaker, Frank Sunderland, the father of James from Silent Hill 2, turns out to be the man who found Walter abandoned here as a baby, handed him off to the hospital, and kept the child's umbilical cord in a box in his room. A small and awful detail that ties this whole place of locked doors back to mothers and birth and the thing growing at the center of it all. The way it plays leans harder toward old-fashioned survival horror than any Silent Hill before it. Your weapons are simple things, a pipe, a golf club, whatever you can find, and they wear down and break, and Henry can only carry 10 items at a time, which sounds small until you're deep in a world and have to choose what to drop, because the only place to store anything is a chest back in room 302, so the game keeps pulling you home to the one room that matters. It's closer to Resident Evil than to the dreamlike adventure of the older games, and that constant counting of what you can hold only adds to the feeling of a man scraping by with almost nothing. About halfway in, the game hands you the thing it's going to use to wring you out. Her name is Eileen Galvin, your neighbor from room 303, and after she's badly hurt, she becomes your responsibility for the rest of the way. On paper, the back half is an escort, but it's an escort with every screw turned all the way down, because Eileen's state is tied to your own fate. She's slowly taken over as you travel, pulled toward Walter, and her health and how well you shield her decide which ending you get, So you spend hours dragging a wounded, half-controlled woman through a nightmare while the thing hunting her whispers her closer to him, and whether she lives is entirely on you. Then comes the move that makes the whole game stick with people. The apartment turns on you. In the first half, room 302 is your safe room, the one spot where you can heal, save your game, breathe, and look out the window at a normal street. And in the second half, it slowly becomes haunted. Things start to show up inside your own home. The walls bleed and breathe, and the ghosts of Walter's victim push their way through the plaster, lurching toward you with their heads snapping at wrong angles and draining your health just by being close. And here's the part that breaks people. You cannot take them down for good, because they're already dead. The best you can manage is to pin one to the floor for a little while with a special blade called the Sword of Obedience, which is a held breath rather than a real win. So the one place that was supposed to be your shelter turns into the worst room in the game, and the series usually leaves the idea of home alone and scared, where this game takes it apart and then makes you keep walking back into it. It gets crueler in a slow, structural way, because you do not see these worlds just once. You walk every one of them a second time, now towing Eileen, with everything warped and meaner than before. And every time you come back to room 302, the haunting is spread a little further. Ghostly stains fixed to the walls that drain you just by being near, shapes of the dead pushing up through the plaster. You can clean them away with holy candles and a saint's medallion, but the room now has a kind of health of its own, a rot that climbs the longer you play, until the shelter is a place you have to steel yourself just to step into. Even the peephole you used early on to watch the hallway stops feeling like idle curiosity and starts feeling like the game reminding you that the walls here are never solid, and that the whole time you were watching, something was watching back. The end of it is a single image you do not forget. You descend one last level and find Walter floating in the air with a red glow around him, curled up in a fetal position like a baby in the womb, ringed by stone slabs that stand in for every victim of his long rebirth. And there in a round arena, you face the ghost of Walter alongside a giant pale beast, that same worm thing that has been drifting through the whole game, which turns out to be Walter's actual body, called the Conjurer. The fight is the entire game folded into one room, because while you pull spears out of the walls and drive them into the beast, Eileen is walking, slow and dreaming, toward a machine that will end her, and how well you looked after her the whole way through decides how fast she drifts toward it. So the last thing Silent Hill 4 ever asks of you is to finish a man who was turned into a monster as a child, fast enough to save the one person you were handed to protect, in the heart of the very room that started all of it. How it ends is on you too. Silent Hill 4 has 4 endings, and which one you land on comes down to how far you let the room rot and what state Eileen is in when you finally reach Walter. There's the escape ending, where Eileen lives and Henry walks out the far side of all this, and the two of them talk in a hospital like people who've just survived something they'll never be able to explain. And there's the mother ending, and Eileen's death, and the one tied to the ritual itself, each one darker than the last, reached by letting her slip or letting the haunting fester, all the way down to the room being haunted all over again the moment you thought it was finally over. The escort you spent hours resenting turns out to be the whole game. When it came out in June of 2004, Silent Hill 4 split the fans straight down the middle, and it's still the most argued over game in the series, with some people telling you flat out that it's not a Silent Hill game at all. It has real problems. The back half leaning hard on that escort and walking you back through the same areas with stretches that are simply a chore to play. But I think the people who write it off are missing how much of it works and how much of it sticks. Because the setup on its own, you wake up sealed inside your own apartment with a hole in the bathroom wall for an exit, is one of the cleanest horror hooks of the whole generation. Like a lot of the best games of this era, it shipped to mixed reviews and got a second look years later, when people came back and admitted that the thing they'd been frustrated by was also the thing they could not stop thinking about. It's the last game the original Silent Hill team ever made, the final chapter of the only run that ever really mattered. And it closed that run not in the famous town, but in the most ordinary room in the series, turned into the worst place in the building. Our second game is a complete change of pace. Obscure was made by the French studio Hydravision and published by Dreamcatcher in 2004, and it's about a group of high school students who stay behind after dark to look into a string of disappearances at their school, only to find the place crawling with monsters. After something as airless and bleak as Silent Hill 4, this is where we put the lights back on and reach for the pulpiest thing in the whole episode. An idea so simple and so good that I cannot believe almost nobody else ever stole it. You take the teen slasher movie, you turn it into a survival horror game you can play with a friend, and then you let that friend get you taken out. It has the most perfect name in the genre too, a horror game literally called Obscure, like it was built to be a video thumbnail 15 years early. Almost all of it happened on the grounds of Leafmore High School, which is a setting horror barely ever uses, even though school is heaven for some people and a daily nightmare for others. And it leans all the way into that teen drama meets monster movie energy without a hint of shame. The whole thing plays like a late-night teen drama that wandered into a monster movie, all crushes and clicks and lockers, right up until the lights go out. The setup is pure 2000s teen horror, a darkness spreading through the school, students going missing, the disappearance of one kid's brother, dragging a group of friends into creeping around their own school after dark. And the real hook is the co-op, because Obscure was built as a drop-in 2-player game, which means you can play the whole thing with a friend on the couch, and you can absolutely get that friend taken out. Friendly fire is on, and the characters can die for good. So if you lose one in the dark, they're gone for the rest of the game, which turns every encounter into a tense negotiation with the person sitting beside you. It's a survival horror game that doubles as a friendship test in the most stressful way you can imagine. The 5 kids are not just different skins either, because each one brings something into the dark. Josh, who can tell whether a room still holds anything worth grabbing, Stan, who picks locks fast, Kenny, who can sprint flat out, and Shannon, the brains who read the puzzles and points you on. And you always move as a pair, which is where it gets almost funny. Because if you play alone, the second character is run by a computer so hopeless at staying alive that you spend half the game swapping between the two of them just to stop your partner walking face first into a monster. The threat is light, in every sense, because the monsters flinch from it and you spend the game taping flashlights to your weapons, holding a beam on each one to burn off the dark glow that makes it untouchable before your bat does anything at all. The source of it all is the principal, Herbert Friedman, who's been experimenting on a strange black-fruited plant tied to holding off death in a long, grief-twisted attempt to save his twin brother Leonard, the first person the plant ever twisted into a monster. And those same experiments are what's turning the students into monsters. He and Leonard founded the school more than 100 years ago, and the plant has kept Herbert alive and unchanged the whole time. So the man behind the desk is pushing a century old, while the kind old school nurse, who's been in on it from the very start, is just as ancient, looking after students she has outlived by lifetimes. Under the goofy surface, there's a real body horror in it, because the kids do not simply die, they melt and twist into the very things now hunting their friends. It's Scooby-Doo with a body count, which sounds like an insult and is not meant as one, because that balance is really hard to pull off, and Obscure mostly lands it. The thing I would point anyone toward, even if they never touch the game, is the music, because Olivier Derivière scored it with a real children's choir singing in Latin. Sweet little voices laid over a high school full of changing teenagers, a far smarter choice than the game around it ever needed, and the reason it's stuck in people's heads for 2 whole decades. There is a sequel too, Obscure 2, sold as the Aftermath in some regions, that moves the survivors into college and turns the plant's flowers into a party drug. Kids getting high on the very thing that turned their friends into monsters. And it pushes harder into body horror than the first one ever did. Messier and less even than the original, but clearly aware of what made it work. I'm closing on Obscure on purpose, because it's the lightest thing here, the one that lets the episode breathe, but it belongs in this exact window for the same reason as the rest. A 2004 survival horror game built on helplessness and a spreading dark, and bodies that will not stay human. Made right before the genre forgot how to do any of that, and it pulled off one trick none of the others did, because it handed the controller to a second person and tied your survival to theirs. And there's a real horror buried in that, since the most dangerous thing in Leafmore High is not the principal at all, it's your best friend with a flashlight, panicking in the dark. This is the heavy one, the game that stayed with me the longest. Haunting Ground was developed and published by Capcom in 2005, and it's about a young woman who wakes up imprisoned in a strange castle, hunted through its halls by people she has no way to fight, with only a stray dog at her side, and it did almost everything right and lost anyway, mostly because of the calendar. It's a stitched-together thing built from two dead projects, the running and hiding game from a shelved clock tower, and a thrown-out Resident Evil 4 draft about Leon finding a young girl in a castle whose only friend was a dog, sewn into one and put out in Japan as Demento and in the West as Haunting Ground. It came out in the spring of 2005, a few months behind Resident Evil 4, and on one shelf sat the game that changed everything, where you kick villagers and feel like a god, and on the other sat this, a slow, frightened game about a college student whose only protection is a white dog, and almost nobody reached for the second one. It vanished, its print run small, and for years a sealed copy was rare enough to make collectors wince at the price. It did not fail because it was bad, it failed because it walked into a party a few months late, and the party had already changed. We open in a cage. A young woman wakes up inside a cell in a stone-cold dungeon, and a few feet away, a huge man is calmly working through a slab of meat with a cleaver, and when he reaches for her, a lightning storm scares him off and wakes Fiona Belly properly. Her parents died in a car crash. She was brought here while she was out cold. The lock on her cage is somehow open, and when she steps out, something bolts from under the table, but it's not a threat, it is a dog, who drops a collar with the name Huey on it, and then she does the only thing this game ever really asks of her. She runs. I need you to feel how exposed you are, because that exposure is the entire game. Fiona cannot fight. She has a weak kick and a clumsy shove that do almost nothing. No shotgun is coming, and when a stalker finds you, your only choices are to run, to hide under a bed or in a wardrobe or behind a shower curtain, or to crouch and pray they walk past. Running costs you, because if you sprint too long, she doubles over gasping at the worst possible moment. And then comes the part that lifts this above a simple clock tower copy. The way the game refuses to keep your fear in the corner of the screen and puts it right in the picture instead. Because as a stalker closes in, the color drains out. The heartbeat climbs into the rumble of the controller, and when it peaks, she breaks. She will not stop running. She trips over her own feet. She runs into walls. Capcom put you inside her body and made you steer a person who's coming apart before the thing behind her catches up. There are no loading screens either. The game building its chase music on the fly so it speeds up and slows by how close your hunter is until you learn to read your own safety through sound. The music dropping to nothing but footsteps when a stalker is in the room and has not spotted you yet. Nothing clutters the screen either. No health bar or map sitting in the corner, since everything you carry lives inside Fiona's own bag, so the only thing standing between you and the castle is her. And then there's the dog, one of the best animal companions any game has ever managed, because Huey feels like an animal with his own opinion of you. He does not simply obey at first, since he does not know you, but you build a bond by praising and feeding him, and he grows from a jumpy stray into something that will throw itself at a grown man to buy you 3 seconds. The other side is darker, because mistreat him and he sours on you, and that changes the ending. He is, by the way, the exact same dog model from Resident Evil 4, the two games built side by side, so the most loyal thing in this castle wandered in from the better-selling game next door. The castle is not one place, but a long way down, starting almost normal, gray stone and old portraits, And the deeper you go, the more the rooms stop making sense. The castle giving way to a crumbling mansion, then a lab full of half-finished artificial people muttering to themselves. Then the House of Truth, old and wrong, like somewhere you were never meant to stand. There's a crafting layer running under it, machines where you feed in little medallions to make items, including a necklace that turns Fiona invisible as long as she holds still. But you can mostly skip it, and what really matters is the people hunting her. The game is a run of acts, each handing you a new stalker, and each one is the different flavor of the same poison. The idea of a woman seen as an object, a thing to be used, and never once a person. The first is Debilitas, the gardener, huge and misshapen with the mind of a child, who chases Fiona because he thinks she's a doll, a new toy, and even throws a doll at her before he appears. He's not evil, he simply does not understand she's alive, which does not stop him from squeezing the life out of her through sheer clumsy affection. He is a homunculus, an artificial person grown in the castle's lab through alchemy, and early on the game lets you either subdue him or finish him off. And if you spare him, something almost tender happens, because he stops seeing her as a doll, bows to her, and leaves her be. He's the only one of her tormentors who ever learns anything. The second is Daniela, the maid, and she's the reason the game has a following. She moves flat and dead-eyed through her chores, and when she snaps, she comes at you in complete silence with a shard of glass, sometimes cracking into mad laughter before sliding back to work. The game's cinematics were directed by the actor Naoto Takenaka, who pushed for big, dramatic, almost theatrical movement from all the stalkers, and Daniela's stiff, gliding walk that snaps without warning into hysteria is the eeriest thing to come out of it. She was made too, built to be perfect, and she feels nothing at all. No pain and no pleasure, and she cannot even taste the food she cooks. And she cannot have children, which in this castle makes her worthless, because the only value the place puts on its women lives in the womb. Her jealousy of Fiona curls into something awful, and you catch it in a bowl of soup with blonde hair in it, with the suggestion she's been feeding Fiona the remains of her own mother. Her weakness is mirrors, because she cannot stand the sight of herself, and she dies smiling, since after a life of feeling nothing, pain was at least something. The third is Ricardo, the keeper, fast and relentless and carrying a gun, which in a game where one hit ends you is a special kind of terror. He's a clone of Fiona's own father, which makes him her uncle, and his plan is the foulest in the castle, to get her pregnant so she gives birth to a child carrying the same life force he does, a copy of himself, which means he's trying to use his niece to give birth to himself. He turns invisible to torment her, telling her she owns nothing, not even her own body. And if you have mistreated Huey and the dog is not there to save her, Ricardo wins, and the game shows you what that means. The last is Lorenzo, who spent the whole game leaving notes promising to help you escape and was only luring you in to harvest you. He's the castle's original master, but many clones deep, the same life force passed from body to body across centuries so one man could simply keep living. And across your meetings he grows younger and stronger, because that force lets him run his own aging backward. It all comes from real old alchemy, the thing everyone chases, basically the Philosopher's Stone. The spark said to give everything its life, and the game ties it to having children, putting Fiona's spark in her womb, which is the choice that turns a story about old magic into one about women's bodies being treated as property. All of it pays off up a water tower, where Ricardo turns invisible, and the only thing keeping you alive is Huey, who growls at empty air a half second before a hand closes on your throat. It's the moment the game stops being about hiding and becomes about trust, because every treat you fed him is the difference between making it up that tower and dying to something you cannot even see. The bond was never a side thing, it is the way you survive, because that is what the game is really about. Fiona is never treated as a person with the right to decide her own future, and near the end, Lorenzo even drops her name and calls her his life force instead. Just a useful thing, and the camera is in on it, slipping into shots seen through the stalker's own eyes, so you watch her the way the people hunting her do. Reviewers in 2005 called it cheap and exploitative, a nasty story told at her expense. And the strange thing is, they were describing exactly what it was going for, and mistaking it for failure, because the discomfort is the horror doing its job, and the way she's treated as a thing is the monster, simply too far ahead of a crowd that would not take a woman as the lead seriously in the first place. It rewards a second run too, in ways that deepen the unease rather than pad it out, a harder mode that changes how the stalkers look and seeds more creatures into the early hours, a journal that switches from Fiona's point of view to Huey's the second time through, even an unlockable mood where you guide the dog himself, because his behavior was clever enough to carry its own little game. The producer later admitted that they added Huey partly out of fear that a woman alone, with no way to fight back, simply would not sell, which is its own sly comment on the exact thing the game is about. There are 4 endings, named in Latin, that work like a moral test. The good one sends Fiona out with Huey, while Debilitas bows and goes back to the garden, the last soul alive in the place. But the one that tells you what the game truly is the one you earn through cruelty. Because if you treat Huey badly enough, he does not come when Ricardo catches her, and Fiona wakes in a glass box, and it cuts to months later, her heavily pregnant, Ricardo stroking her hair, while she laughs and laughs because her mind is gone. The ending is called Tu fui ego eris. What you are, I was, and what I am, you will be. It is the circle closing, with your own hands on the controller. Capcom has mostly let the game rot, a Japan-only re-release and a cameo costume in Street Fighter is the most it ever got. But it refuses to disappear, partly because it's rare enough to be a collector's white whale, and partly because the thing it was trying to say finally has a crowd ready to hear it. It came out the same week as a masterpiece, got buried, and spent 20 years waiting for people to understand it was not being cheap, it was being honest. A horror game that makes you a part of a woman's powerlessness, and then asks how you treated the one creature who tried to shield her, is not a game you walk away from clean. Before Dark Souls, before the studio was a household name, From Software made exactly one pure survival horror game in 2004, and almost nobody played it. Very few copies were ever printed, and it has since become one of the most expensive PlayStation 2 games there is, a disc most people have only ever watched, never owned. It is called Kuan, our last game and maybe the most disturbing of the whole lot. And it's about a group of spirit masters sent to an old Kyoto manor that has been overrun by demons, where a forbidden ritual to raise the dead has gone horribly wrong. What makes it disturbing is not a monster, it is a process. Instead of a fog-choked American town or a European castle, you're in the Fujiwara Manor in old Kyoto, in Japan's Heian period. All outdoor walkways and rock gardens and candle-lit halls. Real history built with the same deep care for a place that FromSoft would later be famous for. The Lord has vanished, the grounds are crawling with demons, and the people sent in are onmyoji, which is real history, masters of yin and yang who handled fortune-telling and the warding off of evil spirits. And 2 of the most famous in legend, Abe no Seimei and Ashiya Doman, were bitter rivals, so you're playing inside a real piece of old folklore. There are 3 stories. One following Utsuki, a young woman searching for her sick sister Kureha. One following Sakuya, a student arriving with a group of other onmyoji, and a final one where you play the legendary Abe no Seimei herself, and the whole terrible knot ties together. The 2 main stories overlap and split apart, covering the same ground in a different order, and the timelines never quite line up, which turns out to be the point, because this is a place where death and rebirth have come loose from straight time. What you fight is a small, quiet bestiary of the dead, demon children, the manor's dead servants in a sick purple glow, crawling fishmen, giant silkworms with human faces down in the caves near the end, but the enemies are not really the point, because the thing you're afraid of in Kuan is the system that made them. The creatures carry names out of old folklore. The Gaki and the dead servants called Yamibito, the crawling Mizuiki, the giant monkeys that stalk only Sakuya, and worst of all, the Adamushi, those silkworms with human faces. And the untrained Utsuki only ever faces 2 bosses while the student Sakuya faces 4, and Abe no Seimei cuts straight through everything. You fight with a mix of melee and one-use spell cards, fire and ice, and summon cards that call a wolf or other spirits to your side, and running is punished the whole way through, draining your health, knocking over candles stands that call up ghosts, and pulling the dead toward you, so the game is forever pushing you to slow down and move like the careful, praying people you control. The rebirth is the horror. A corpse can be brought back, but to do it, the body has to be sealed inside a wicker chest like a cocoon and merged with a living creature, starting with a silkworm. And because a brought-back body starts to rot, it has to be merged again and again, each time with something bigger, 9 times in total. 9 matters, because Kuan can be read as 9 grudges, the same character as in Ju-on, the grudge, and the further into the cycle a body goes, the harder its piled up grudges are to hold. And the devastating part is that finishing the ritual 9 times does not bring back a person at all, because after the 9th merging, the dead are reborn as mulberry trees. The spell was never meant for people. It was a spell for silkworms, and someone tried it on the dead, and what it makes is something wearing the shape of life on its way to becoming a tree. Utsuki's sister Kureha has been dead since before the game even begins, fell from a cliff, and has been grinding through the cycles ever since, eating the dead to feed a rebirth that was never going to work. And the opening scene of a dark-haired woman cutting down the Lord and folding him into a wicker chest turns out to be the ritual happening in front of you before you knew what you were looking at. The body horror of the merging is patient and awful. The half-fused things, the silk threads strung through halls full of corpses, the silkworms with human faces, and it lands harder than any jump scare because the game makes you understand the logic of it before it ever makes you look. The most personal stretch of the whole game is not a boss, it's a quiet walk through an empty house. Late in Utsuki's story, she comes home to the shrine where she and Kureha and Domon grew up, and finds a trail of blood leading out of a wicker chest. The game's way of telling you, without telling you, that she's come back to exactly where she started. She finds her own childhood diary first, a little girl praying to the mulberry tree to help her find the lost pieces of an old board game called Sugoroku, and writing in a child's hand that the mulberry trees are wicked. Then she finds Kureha's diary, whose last entry says that when she woke inside the wicker chest, she realized it was Utsuki who pushed her off the cliff. Something comes over Utsuki as she reads it. She says she had no choice. She picks up a writing brush, and when the game lets you open the diary one more time, there's a new entry. Except now, Utsuki is writing as Kureha. Today, I ended Utsuki. Her body will soon merge with mine. You're watching a person dissolve into their own victim in real time. 2 sisters collapsing into one body beside one wicked tree, and the game never once raises its voice. She walks to the cliff and throws herself off, and nothing happens. She wakes at the bottom without a scratch, because whoever she is by now, she's long past the point where a fall could do anything to her. The villain is what carries it from disturbing into something close to despair. You spend the whole game sure that Domon, the rogue onmyoji running all this, is after immortality. And he's not, because in his own writings he admits he never wanted to live forever, that the entire ritual, the studying, the bodies, his own dead daughter cutting down a manor full of people was a setup to draw out his great rival, Abe no Seimei, so he could finally beat her. Every death in the game was bait. The horror at the bottom of Kuan is not a curse and not a demon. It is one man's pride, and the mountain of bodies he was willing to spend on it. It plays as a slow burn that wants you slow, with free healing as long as nothing is near, a vertigo that blurs the screen and lets a single touch end you, and a save system where you float little candlelit paper boats down the water. A cleansing rite that is exactly the right sad image for a game this haunted. Even the title screen tells you what you're in for, a childish nursery song over backgrounds with slow blinking eyes. The words twisted into horrible meanings, the sweet little tune itself, the bad omen. Kuan did what most of From Software's early games did. Got middling reviews, sold poorly, and very nearly disappeared, which is a real shame, because the mood and the setting, and the sound and the story could all stand with the classics of the genre. It is the deepest cut of them all, a horror game from the studio that would go on to shape a whole generation, about a rebirth that brings nothing back, kept alive now only by the handful of people willing to chase down a disc that costs more than the console it runs on. Please, FromSoft, remaster this one. It deserves to be more than a rumor people pass around. So, those are 4 of them. 4 games from the narrow window of 2004 and 2005. The last full breath of a kind of horror that does not really get made anymore. On the surface, they could not be more different. An old alchemist's castle, a sealed apartment, an ancient Japanese manor, an American high school. And yet underneath, they're all saying the same thing in 4 different languages. That the worst place you can be is inside a body you do not control, in a place that will not let you leave. Henry, sealed in his own home while it slowly turns against him. A Leafmore kid melting into the dark while a friend just stands there and watches. Fiona, used as a vessel and laughing herself to pieces in a glass box. Correa, rotting through 9 rebirths that were never going to work. It always comes back to the same few things. How little power you have, the body you're stuck inside, and the door that will not open. A year or so later, Resident Evil 4 put a gun in your hand and a camera over your shoulder. And the genre learned how to make you feel powerful, and it stayed that way for a long time. Plenty of great horror came after, and a lot of it owes that game everything. But this slower, weaker way of doing it, where staying helpless was the whole point, fell out of fashion almost completely. And these 4 are where that thread runs out. Every one of them buried by bad timing, by tiny print runs, by a crowd reaching for the louder thing on the next shelf over. That is why I pull them back up here, because the fog and the silence were not the only language of fear we lost. There was a second one, on a more powerful machine that scared you not with what it could not show, but with a face that was almost right, and a hand on the controller that could not make any of it stop. I'm gonna go sit somewhere with the lights on for a while. Thanks for being down here in the dark with me. Until next time.
For a lot of people, the PlayStation 2 was the first console that had real horror on it. Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil 4, the ones that get covered every October. None of those are on this list. These are the PS2 games that went further than they were supposed to, and most of them you've never played. A couple of them got pulled out of entire countries. Others just quietly vanished because nobody knew how to sell them. These are the most disturbing games on the PlayStation 2. Rule of Rose. In Rule of Rose, you play as Jennifer, a 19-year-old who follows a strange boy onto an empty bus and ends up somewhere she cannot leave. It came out in 2006, made by a small Japanese studio called Punchline, published by Sony in Japan and Atlas in America. Mechanically, it is a normal survival horror game. You explore and pick things up, there are small object puzzles, and every so often something makes you swing a pipe at it. If you've played Silent Hill, you will recognize the shape of it. The pacing is slower and the fighting is worse, and both of those turn out to be deliberate. The place Jennifer ends up in is an airship. Not a hospital, not a haunted house, a creaking zeppelin with rooms inside it, run entirely by children. They call themselves the Red Crayon Aristocrat Club. They have a hierarchy with actual noble titles, and there's one rule. Every chapter, you bring them a gift. Bring the right one, and you move up the ladder. Bring the wrong one, and you get demoted, and then shoved into a burlap sack and dragged down a corridor while everybody watches. That is the engine of the entire game. Every chapter is a new demand and a new thing to go and find. And the price of getting it wrong is being humiliated by a group of 9-year-olds who have already decided what you are worth. Your only ally is a dog. Early on, Jennifer finds a stray called Brown tied up and half-starved, and from that point, he is your search function. You pull an item out of your inventory, hold it under his nose, and he tracks the scent to whatever you're meant to find next. On paper, it is a gimmick. In practice, it is the only thing in the game that treats you with any kindness, which is exactly why the game keeps putting him in danger. The combat got the game destroyed in reviews. Jennifer swings a pipe like she's never held one, She gets staggered by almost everything, and the enemies swarm. The creator of the retrospective I pulled from makes the argument that this is the point. She's a frightened girl who's never fought anything, and the controls are telling you that before the story does. I go back and forth on it. I think it is true, and I also think the game is genuinely annoying to play, and those can both be right. The things you're fighting are worth describing, because they're not zombies. Most of them are children, or something that used to be shaped like a child, and they come at you in groups, and grab and swing at you with sticks. The bosses are stranger. Each one is a storybook version of an adult from the orphanage, drawn the way a frightened kid would describe a grown-up they were scared of. One is essentially a mass of hair. One is a thing in a coat. You are not fighting monsters so much as you are fighting how a child remembers being hurt by someone. Now the part that made it infamous. Rule of Rose is not disturbing because of gore. There is almost none. It's disturbing because of what the children do to each other, and to animals, and to the adults who are supposed to be looking after them. Social exclusion turned into a system. Ritual humiliation with a scoreboard. There's a sequence with a rabbit in a sack that people still bring up 20 years later, and nothing in it is graphic. It is just cruelty, performed by kids, played completely straight. And the game never cuts away to reassure you that this is fantasy. Then the reveal. The airship is not a place. The aristocrat club, the titles, the gifts, the storybook narration read out by a talking broom. All of it is a memory being rearranged by grief. The children were real, the orphanage was real, and what actually happened there is smaller and sadder than the nightmare version. The game spends 15 hours making you hate a group of little girls, and then explains them, and it does not ask you to forgive anyone. That ending is the reason people still write about this game. Outside the game, things got strange. In 2006, Italian officials publicly demanded it be banned. British tabloids ran stories describing content involving children that reviewers who had actually finished the game said was not in there. And the UK release was cancelled outright by the publisher. It was never officially sold in Britain, so a game about a moral panic aimed at children became the subject of a moral panic aimed at children, run by adults who had not played it. And the effect was that the game got harder to find and more expensive forever. That is the last thing worth knowing. Because the print run was tiny and it was never reprinted, a complete copy of Rule of Rose now sells for several $100s, and it has never had a re-release, a remaster, or a digital port on any platform. Haunting Ground. Haunting Ground opens with a car crash and gets worse from there. You play as Fiona Belly, an 18-year-old whose parents are killed on a dark road, and who wakes up in a cage in the basement of a castle wearing a bedsheet. Capcom put it out in 2005, PS2 only, called Demento in Japan. It was made by the team that had just finished Clock Tower 3, and it plays like a stalker game. You cannot fight anything, running is the whole defense, and when running stops working, you find somewhere small to hide. The system holding it together is called panic. When something is chasing Fiona, a meter fills, the screen desaturates and starts shaking, and her control gets loose and unreliable. Push it to the top, and she stops obeying you properly. She trips. She runs the wrong way. Hiding is the only real answer. And hiding means crawling under a bed or into a wardrobe and listening to footsteps go past. The game is essentially built out of the worst 90 seconds of a horror film, repeated for 8 hours. You get one advantage: a white shepherd named Huey, chained up in the grounds, who joins you if you free him. Point him at something and he goes for it. He digs where you tell him to, and he can tell a real mandrake root from a poisonous fake. He's also a genuine relationship system. If you praise him and keep him fed and do not throw him at things he cannot beat, he stays loyal and useful. Ignore him or hit him, and he gets slow and sullen and stops coming when you call. The game is quietly tracking how you treat the only living thing on your side. The people hunting you are the reason this game is on the list. There are 4, and each one wants something different from Fiona's body. Debilitas is a huge, simple groundskeeper who plays with dolls and has decided that Fiona is one. So he chases her to pick her up and squeeze her, and he does not understand that this kills her. Daniela is the maid. She cannot taste or smell anything, and pain and pleasure do not register either. What she is fixated on is the idea that Fiona is a complete woman, and she is not. She serves you a soup with human hair in it. Later, she comes at you with a shard of glass because she has decided she wants the part of Fiona she's missing. Then it gets colder. Ricardo hunts you with a gun and can turn himself invisible, and his plan is not to kill you. He's a failing clone who's aging too fast, and he intends to father a child on Fiona so that he can be born again as that child. Lorenzo is the one giving the orders, a 13th generation copy of an alchemist who died in the 15th century. He built Fiona's father the same way he built Ricardo. The whole castle exists to extract something the game calls Azoth, an alchemical essence carried in the Belly bloodline that grants a kind of immortality. Fiona is not a survivor who stumbled into a bad house. She's livestock that got away. Lorenzo himself does not stay in one shape. He comes at you as a frail old man in a wheelchair, then as a rejuvenated young clone who looks exactly like Fiona's father, which is a genuinely horrible thing to do to a girl whose father was killed in front of her. Then finally, as something burning that will not stop walking. Huey is the one who ends Ricardo, ambushing him at the top of a water tower and putting him over the edge. The dog you were told was a mechanic does more for Fiona than any human being in the building. That is the thing this game does that most horror will not touch. The threat is not being eaten or dismembered, it is being owned. Every pursuer in the castle has already decided what Fiona's body is for, and none of them think of it as hers. Capcom pushed that with the panic system too, and this is where the game is aged badly and deserves some of the criticism it got. Fiona's clothing tears as she panics, the camera lingers, and there's a whole layer of costume unlocks that sits uncomfortably against a story about a woman being treated as property. The game is critiquing something and participating in it at the same time. There are 4 endings, and they turn almost entirely on the dog. Play well and spare Debilitas in the chapel instead of finishing him, and Fiona and Huey walk out of the front gate while a calm Debilitas tends the garden. Kill him, and you get the same ending with an empty frame where he should be. There's a hidden run on a second playthrough where Debilitas gives you a key early and you escape the castle in a fraction of the time, with Lorenzo chasing you down a staircase and falling. And then there's the bad one. If you have spent the game neglecting Huey, scolding him and leaving him behind, he will not come when Ricardo ambushes you in the woods. He gets shot. Fiona gets caught. The last thing the game shows you is Fiona sealed away in the castle, pregnant, laughing at nothing. It is the only ending where you are directly responsible, and the game earned it over 20 hours of you deciding a dog did not matter. Fatal Frame 3: The Tormented. Fatal Frame 3 is a Japanese ghost game where your only weapon is a camera. You walk through a dark house, a spirit appears, you raise an antique camera called the Camera Obscura to your face, and the screen switches to a viewfinder. You have to hold the shot while the ghost comes at you, because the longer you wait, the more damage the photograph does. It came out on PS2 in 2005, made by Tecmo, and it's the third and final part of the original trilogy. The change from the earlier games is who you're playing. 1 and 2 both starred teenagers who wandered into something. 3 stars Rei Amakura, a 23-year-old freelance photographer whose fiancé Yu died in a car accident while she was driving. She is not curious, she's not exploring, she's depressed, functioning badly, and burying herself in work. And when she photographs a supposedly haunted building, she sees him standing there. After that, she starts dreaming about a house, the Manor of Sleep, an endless snowbound mansion she goes to every time she falls asleep. And every time she comes back, there's more of a tattoo on her skin. It spreads a little further up her body each night. It hurts, and once it covers her, she does not wake up again. That is the entire premise. Grief is a countdown timer running on your own body while you sleep. The camera is the reason this series works, and it is worth understanding if you've never touched one of these games. Raising it drops you into first person, which means you lose your peripheral vision at the exact moment you need it most. A ghost that was across the room is now filling the frame. The shot charges the longer you hold it, so the correct play is to let the thing get closer, and the best possible photograph is taken at the last moment before it reaches you. Every fight is a negotiation with your own nerve. You upgrade the camera with lenses and film stock as you go, and better film means you can afford to be braver. The structure around this is the smartest thing in the game. Ray is a working photographer, so the pictures you take in the dream develop in her darkroom in the real world. You come home and process the film, and what you actually caught gets cross-referenced against documents and objects around the house. Investigation is not a notes menu you skim, it is a job you do between nightmares. She's not alone doing it either. Living with her is Miku Hinasaki, who you played as in the first Fatal Frame, and getting research to her by post is Kei Amakura, the uncle of the twins from the second game. You end up playing all three. Miku is small and can crawl into gaps in the walls, which is where the game hides its nastiest encounters. Kei is strong enough to move furniture that is blocking corridors, and because the manner of sleep is stitched together out of everyone's worst memories, its hallways start bending into rooms from Himuro Mansion and All Gods Village. The trilogy gets folded into one building. The lore underneath it is the bleakest in the series. The manor's original inhabitants practiced a ritual on their own children involving binding, immobilization, and starvation, all of it framed as devotion. The game does not linger on the imagery so much as it lets you find the paperwork, the rooms, the ropes, and work out what the family were telling themselves while they did it. What makes it psychologically effective is a trick I've not seen many horror games attempt. Ray's house is your safe hub. It is where you rest and read your post and develop your film. And there's a cat to feed, and roughly a third of the way in, the manor starts coming through. Feet behind a curtain that should not have anyone standing there. Footsteps upstairs in an empty house. A shape in a doorway that's gone when the camera moves. The game does not add a threat to your safe room, it removes the safe room, slowly, while you keep going back to it because you have nowhere else to go. The ghosts help. Fatal Frame spirits do not respect architecture. Hands come through walls. There's a woman standing in a doorway you already checked, and something can reach up through the floor while you're lining up a shot at the thing in front of you. Because the camera has you locked in first person, you will not see it until it has you. It is one of the few horror series where the scariest moment is routinely a hand. The series never got a proper conclusion after this one on the same hardware, and Fatal Frame 3 has never been remastered. It sits on the PS2 and on a legacy PS3 storefront. Physical copies climb in price every year, and for most people, the only realistic way to play the best written entry in one of horror's defining franchises is emulation. Blood Will Tell. Blood Will Tell is a 2004 action game where you play as a man hunting down 48 demons in order to get his own body back. It was published by Sega and made by Red Entertainment, the studio behind Gungrave, and it is adapted from Dororo, a manga written in the late 60s by Osamu Tezuka. Tezuka is the reason modern manga looks the way it does. He created Astro Boy. He's the one people call the god of manga. Dororo is what happens when he got tired of drawing for children. The premise is one of the ugliest setups in Japanese fiction. A warlord named Daigo wants to rule the country, so he goes to a hall of demon statues and offers a trade. 48 demons, each take one part of his unborn son. Eyes and skin and limbs, his voice, his organs, all of it claimed before the child is drawn a breath. Daigo gets his empire. The baby is born as barely anything at all and is put in a river to get rid of it. So the whole game is a shopping list of your own anatomy. You fight through feudal Japan with swords built into your prosthetic arms, a gun mounted in one of them, and a cannon in your leg, because you have no hands to hold a weapon with. Kill a fiend and something comes back. A stat goes up. A sense returns. It is not just a number screen either. And the best example of it is genuinely clever. When you defeat the fiend holding his nervous system, the game switches your controller's rumble on for the first time. It has been silent for hours and you did not notice. Now he can feel things, so you can too. Which parts come back and when is the interesting bit. His voice is held by one of the 48, so for a long stretch of the game he's mute, and Dororo does the talking for him. His eyes are held by another. The game is built so that the person you're playing becomes progressively more capable of experiencing the world, and it never announces it. You just notice one day that something you had been doing without is there. Traveling with him is Dororo, a small orphan thief who latches onto him and refuses to leave. On paper, this is an escort mission and should be miserable. It is not. She fights on her own, she picks up items you missed, and if she goes down, the game does not punish you for it. She also gets her own stealth sections, which break up the fighting. You also do not have to finish the job. It is entirely possible to reach the end of Blood Will Tell having recovered only some of the 48, which means you can complete the story as a man who is still substantially artificial. Collecting all of them is what unlocks the secret final chapter, so the game's ordinary ending is the one where Hyakimaru gives up and settles for the body he has. The game itself is a mixed bag, and I would rather be honest about that. Boss design is genuinely strong, with the same demon returning later using a completely different set of attacks instead of a lazy recolor. Level design is not. Late game's areas are drab, the map is confusing, there is no fast travel, and if you want to hunt the optional fiends you missed, you're running back across entire mountains on foot. And if you do collect every part, your reward is a secret final chapter with a boss fight against Behemoth that is close to unplayable without a guide. What keeps it here is the thing underneath the hack and slash. Most games about revenge are about taking something from the person who wronged you. This one is about taking yourself back, piece by piece, from the people who sold you. Tezuka wrote that in 1967, and nobody's really improved on it since. Kuon. Kuon is a horror game set in Japan roughly 1,000 years ago, and it was made by From Software, which is a sentence that surprises people. This is the studio behind Dark Souls and Bloodborne. In 2004, they made a slow, fixed-camera survival horror game about a haunted estate in the Heian period, sold it in tiny numbers, and never made anything like it again. You are inside the walls of a decaying noble mansion in the old capital. Something happened here involving an onmyoji, a court exorcist, and a ritual that was not supposed to work. The people who lived here are still moving around, and they're not people anymore. The transformation the game builds its horror around is based on silk, cocoons and threads, and the slow process of something being wrapped up and turned into something else inside its own casing. It is the least Western idea of a monster you will find on the console, and it is genuinely unpleasant to look at in a way that has nothing to do with gore. The structure is unusual. You pick one of two scenarios at the start. One follows a young girl searching the estate for her missing father. The other follows a trainee exorcist sent in from outside to find out what went wrong. You play through the same house from two directions, learning things in one that recontextualize the other, and finishing both unlocks a third scenario, Abe no Seimei. The most famous exorcist in Japanese history, and a real historical figure, is woven into the story, which gives the whole thing the texture of folklore rather than fiction. Playing it is deliberately uncomfortable. You have a weapon and some paper charms, but you're slow, the camera is fixed, and fighting is usually the wrong answer. Corridors are narrow and things come around corners into them. Because it is Heian area Japan, there are no torches or generators or radios, so the entire visual language is candlelight, paper screens, and long dark wooden hallways. There's almost no music. Long stretches of it are just floorboards and your own footsteps and the sound of paper doors. And when something does arrive, it announces itself with noise rather than a sting. The game is also short by the standards of everything around it, and the two-scenario structure means the intended experience is two passes through the same building, which is either elegant or repetitive, depending on your patience. I lean elegant. because the second run is where the story actually assembles. Kuon sold poorly enough that it is now one of the harder PS2 horror games to actually own. It has never been re-released in any form, and it is worth knowing that this is the last straight horror game From Software made before they spent a decade building an entirely different reputation. Which means everything people love about Bloodborne's atmosphere was already sitting in a Japanese mansion in 2004 with nobody looking at it. Clock Tower 3. Clock Tower 3 is a game where a 14-year-old girl is hunted through several different centuries by men who killed people, and she cannot fight any of them. Capcom released it in 2002, co-produced with Sunsoft, and the cutscenes were directed by Kenji Fukasaku, the Japanese filmmaker who made Battle Royale. He died the following year. The video game was one of the last things he ever directed. It starts with a letter. Alyssa Hamilton is at boarding school and receives a note from her mother telling her not to come home under any circumstances. She goes home immediately. The house is dark, her mother is gone, and there's a smiling man in a top hat standing in the hall who tells her that her mother went out yesterday, which is not the kind of thing a stranger in your house should know. What Alyssa finds out is that women in her family are rooters. It is an inherited job. Every generation, one of them is born able to see and destroy things that ordinary people cannot. And the power runs out when she turns 15. So Alyssa gets 1 year of being useful, and the timing is not up to her. The things she has to deal with are called subordinates. And this is what separates Clock Tower 3 from every other stalker horror game on the system. They are not creatures. They're men. Human murderers who were bad enough in life that something took an interest and kept them working. One of them, Sledgehammer, comes at you through the streets of London during the Blitz in 1942, with air raid sirens going and buildings burning, and the fact that a real bombing campaign is the backdrop for a chase sequence is very much intentional. Another dissolves what he leaves behind in acid. The game sends you into their time periods and makes you live in them. Behind the subordinates, there's somebody organizing them, and he's the man in the top hat from the opening. The game calls him the Dark Gentleman, and what he wants from Alyssa is straightforward once you understand what a rooter is. Every generation of her family has produced one girl who can end things like him, and every generation he's found a way to stop her before she turns 15. Alyssa's mother is not missing by accident. She sent that letter because she knew what was coming for her daughter, and she was too late. You cannot kill any of them, at least not in the moment. When one is on you, all you have is a panic meter. Alyssa has no health bar. What she has instead is fear that accumulates, so being seen pushes the meter up, and being cornered pushes it further. And once something is chasing her down a corridor, the screen starts to strobe and her movement falls apart. At full panic, she stumbles like she's forgotten how to run, and a single touch from the pursuer kills her outright. Your options are hiding places and holy water. Every level has spots where you can duck under a table or press yourself into a gap, and you sit there listening while something walks past. The water comes in small jars, it stuns a pursuer for a few seconds and calms her nerves, and you never have enough of it. There's also a sacred bow that only works at specific moments, which the game gives you rarely and takes away fast. I think the reason it works is that Capcom made a horror game about a child dealing with adult violence and refused to give the child a weapon that solves it. The historical framing pushes the same idea. The monsters are not from a mythology. They're the sort of men who show up in a newspaper archive, and the game has picked eras where the world around them was already producing far more bodies than they were. Clock Tower never recovered from this one. The series ended here, and the closest thing to a successor is Haunting Ground, made by the same team 3 years later, which quietly reuses almost every idea in it. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Most role-playing games spend 40 hours building up to the end of the world. Nocturne gets it out of the way in the first 20 minutes. You are a Tokyo high school student visiting a hospital. A cult performs a ritual called the Conception. Reality turns itself inside out, The city is folded into a sphere, and the human race is essentially over before you finish the tutorial. Atlus put it on PS2 in 2003 in Japan and 2004 in the West. You do not die with everyone else because something is put inside you. A parasite called a Magatama is forced into your body, and you come out of it as the Demi-Fiend, half human and half demon, covered in glowing markings, standing in what is left of Tokyo. The remains are called the Vortex World, and it is not a wasteland in the usual video game sense. It is quiet, bleached, and mostly empty, with a black sun and demons wandering around in it who mostly ignore you. The game around this is deliberately hostile. Dungeons are enormous puzzle boxes with shifting walls, teleport doors, and traps, and you will need the map constantly. Random encounters are relentless, which is the most legitimate complaint anyone makes about it. And the combat system, called Press Turn, is one of the sharpest things ever built into a turn-based game. Hit an enemy's weakness or land a critical, and your turn only costs half of what it should, so you get more actions. Miss or hit something an enemy resists, and you lose too. The catch is that the rule is symmetrical. Every demon on the field is playing by it too. A boss that finds your weak spot can wipe your whole party before you get a single move. You build that party by talking. Mid-fight, you can start a conversation with the thing trying to kill you. You flatter it or bribe it with cash and items, and answer questions that are usually philosophical and occasionally nonsense, and if it likes your answers, it joins you. Its mood depends on the phase of the moon. Then you take the demons you've collected to a place called the Cathedral of Shadows and fuse them together into stronger ones, which means constantly discarding creatures you spent an hour convincing. The disturbing part of Nocturne is not the demon art, although Kazuma Kaneko's designs are genuinely off-putting in a way that most monster design never manages. It is what the game asks you to do at the end. You are not fighting to restore the world, it is gone. You're gathering enough power to back somebody's reason, a governing principle for the next world, and the options are all terrible. One of them erases individuality so that nobody can ever be in conflict again. Another hands everything to the strong and lets the weak be crushed. The third cuts every person off into an isolated point with no connection to anybody else. There is no ending where things go back to normal, and the ending most players chase is the one where you side against creation entirely. The oddest footnote is that this bleak, apocalyptic, philosophically miserable game contains a licensed guest appearance by Dante from the Devil May Cry series, who turns up as a bounty hunter and can be recruited. And that crossover is where the internet phrase featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series originally came from. Disaster Report. Disaster Report has no monsters in it. Nothing is chasing you. There is no infection and no ghost. You are a young man trying to walk out of a city that is falling down. And that is the entire game. Irem released it on PS2 in 2002 in Japan as Zettai Zetsume Toshi, and it reached the West as Disaster Report in America and SOS The Final Escape in Europe. You play as Keith Helm, a rookie news reporter on a train on his way to his first day at a new job. The city he's heading to is called Capital City, and it's built on an artificial island. The earthquake hits while he's still on the train. It derails, he climbs out of the wreck, and the rest of the game is spent getting to the water. Very early on, he meets Karen Morris, and from there it is mostly the two of them moving through a city that is coming apart at a realistic speed. Roads split, overpasses lean, and the game shows them leaning for a while before they go, so you can watch a structure decide to fail. Fires spread through buildings you passed 10 minutes ago. Canals flood. Aftershocks arrive without warning while you're halfway across something, and the ground genuinely moves under you. The survival system is water. Keith has a thirst meter that drains when he runs, climbs, or takes a hit, and if it empties, he slows to a crawl and stops being able to do anything useful. You refill at taps, fountains, and vending machines, and you carry purifiers for the water that is not clean anymore. It is a small idea, and it changes how you move through a level, because sprinting is no longer free. The reviewer I took this from makes the fair point that there's slightly too much drinkable water lying around, which takes some of the pressure off. Everything else you carry is ordinary. Bandages and batteries, and a crowbar to lever open a jammed fire door. At one point, you gather loose lumber and build a raft, and the game lets you paint it, which is a strange, human little detail in the middle of a catastrophe. It also has a sense of humor about itself that people do not expect. The voice acting is broad, Karen says some genuinely daft things, and there's a B-movie streak running through a game that is otherwise about municipal negligence. That mix is closer to how people actually behave in an emergency than the grim register most disaster fiction reaches for, and it makes the serious moments land harder when they arrive. The story does not stay a rescue story. As you cross the island to start finding out why the ground failed the way it did, and it comes back to the people who built the place and the corners they cut, and the people above them who knew. There are dialogue choices throughout, and they matter. A full run is about 5 or 6 hours, and the reviewer played it 3 or 4 times and got a different ending each time. Keith and Karen's clothes get more torn and filthy with each chapter, which is the game keeping score of how long this has been going on. Now the part that gives Disaster Report a weight it never asked for. Its release was reportedly pushed back after the September 11 attacks because a game about a collapsing city stopped being an abstraction. Then, years later, Irem was deep in production on the 4th game in the series when the Tohoku earthquake and tsunami hit Japan in March 2011. They canceled it. Not delayed, canceled. And Irem effectively left the game's business afterward. A group of former Irem staff formed a new studio called Granzella, bought the rights, and it took until 2018 in Japan and 2020 in the West for that 4th game to finally come out. A series about surviving a disaster was twice interrupted by the real thing. Trapped. Trapped is a game about killing people with a house. You control a princess with no combat ability at all, no sword and no magic, and the way you defend yourself is by rigging the room. Everything can be armed, from the ceiling down to the floorboards. Then you run around in front of armed men until they follow you into the arrangement you built. Tecmo put it out in 2005. The name is a problem in itself. In Japan, it was Kagero 2, Dark Illusion, and it is actually the 4th game in Tecmo's Deception series, a cult run of PlayStation games with the same premise. Tecmo's American office worried that the Deception name had no commercial value, so they retitled it. The result was that the people who would have bought a Deception sequel never realized it existed, and everyone else assumed it was a budget release. It also came out in 2005, the same year as God of War, Resident Evil 4, and Shadow of the Colossus, so it was competing for shelf space with 3 of the best games ever put on the console. The setup is a straight betrayal plot. Princess Allura's father, the king, is murdered, her stepmother pins it on her and declares her possessed, and she runs into a forbidden royal mansion with the entire kingdom's soldiers behind her. Inside, she meets something old that has been sealed there, and it offers her a deal. She takes it, her arm is marked, and she can now summon traps out of the walls of any room she stands in. What follows is a puzzle game with a bad conscience. You pick a loadout before each stage. Ceiling traps drop heavy things, blades, and fire from above. Wall traps push, roll bombs, or drag people sideways. Floor traps are the setup pieces, springboards and electric plates and pits that pull enemies in. Rooms also come with their own fixed hazards you can trigger. Nothing kills on its own. The satisfaction comes from chaining them, and the strategy everyone eventually discovers is placing something at the bottom of a staircase that holds an enemy in place, and something heavy at the top, and then standing in the right spot to make a soldier climb toward you. The story around it is a nest of people using each other. There's a lord maneuvering for the throne, a stepmother who's been planning this longer than anyone realized, and a maid called Rachel who's been loyal to Allura the entire time and is carrying her own grudge against the royal family. Different endings hand different characters their consequences, and there is no arrangement of choices that gets everybody out. It plays stiffly. The controls are clunky and the animation's rigid, the enemy AI is simple enough to exploit once you've seen it, and stage layouts repeat. None of that is the reason it's on this list. The reason is the design's honest intention. Trapped is not asking you to survive, it is asking you to be inventive about killing, and it scores you on it. The more elaborate the sequence, the better the reward, and the game escalates by giving you more expressive tools for exactly one purpose. The possession angle is there as a moral shock absorber, a reason it is not really Allura doing this. It's not fully work, and I do not think it's supposed to. The story keeps pace with the mechanics because the further you get, the less Allura resembles someone defending herself, and the more she resembles someone who's good at this now. And the endings are almost uniformly bleak for everyone involved, including her. Extermination. Extermination came out in 2001, which makes it one of the first survival horror games on the PS2 at all, and Sony published it as a technical showcase for the new hardware. You play as Dennis Riley, a Marine dropped into an Antarctic research station called Fort Stewart. The base sent out a distress call. The distress call asked for an airstrike on itself. The debt to John Carpenter's The Thing is not subtle, and the game does not pretend otherwise. The isolation is the same, and so is the cold, and the base is full of people who are no longer people. With no possibility of anyone arriving to help, Riley's transport crashes on approach, so he goes in alone. The mechanic worth the entry is the infection rate. Alongside a normal health bar, Dennis has a second number that only goes up. Take a hit from a creature, wade through contaminated water, and it climbs. Hit 100%, and your maximum health collapses and starts draining continuously. There is a cure, but it is a rare vaccine you have to find, and you have to reach one of the medical beds scattered around the base to use it properly. If your health runs out while you're fully infected, you do not just die, Dennis becomes one of them. Everything else is scarcity. Ammunition is genuinely tight, and the shotgun, flamethrower, and rocket launcher all run on supplies you cannot replenish for free. Your standard rifle, the SPR-4, is modular, and you bolt attachments onto it as you find them. A scope in one chapter, a flashlight in the next, then a radar unit, and a better grip. There's also a rechargeable battery pack that powers the save devices and some of the doors, so power itself is a resource you are budgeting. The story goes where these stories go, and it goes there with more bitterness than most. Dennis is carrying a dead friend from a previous mission in Cambodia, a man named Andrew who died getting him out, and Andrew's girlfriend Cindy is stationed at Fort Stewart and has not forgiven him. The thing loose in the base is a waterborne bacterium designated HO213 that thrives in warmth and goes dormant in cold. And the reason it is there is that the base was never a research station in the honest sense. It was a live test, run with government knowledge, on staff who were told they were doing something else. The people you were finding in pieces were the experiment. The last act is a scramble. You set the facility's self-destruct and get what is left of your unit onto a hovercraft, and the game finishes on a fight against the original strain of the thing, which the base's paperwork calls Origin. It has been growing down there the whole time, and at one point it produces a copy of Dennis and sends it at him, which is the game making the infection meter's threat literal one last time before it lets you go. It was reviewed as a solid, unremarkable horror game in 2001 and criticized for being short and stiff next to Resident Evil and Silent Hill. What has aged much better is how much of it turned out to be early. Extermination was moving between areas without loading screens, tracking an infection meter that changes how you play, and blending action into survival horror years before Resident Evil 4 made that the default. And almost nobody credits it. Tulip. Tulip is a game about kissing people, and it is one of the most upsetting things on the PlayStation 2. It came out in Japan in 2002 and was made by Punchline, the same small studio that later made Rule of Rose. Natsume brought it to America in 2007, 5 years late, where reviewers took it apart. You are a boy who's just moved to a place called Long Life Town with his father. You see a girl. You try to kiss her. She rejects you publicly, and that is the inciting incident of the whole game. A man living underground called Michio Suzuki takes you in and teaches you how to kiss properly, which in this game raises your maximum health and sets you the main task. There is a love letter set, the paper, the ink, and the pen, and the town's teachers have taken the 3 pieces and hidden them. To do anything, you have to learn the town's timetable. Everyone in Chulip runs on a strict daily schedule. People wake up, walk to a specific place at a specific time, do the thing they do there, and go home. If you want to interact with someone, you have to be standing in the right spot at the right hour on the right day. Miss the window, and you wait. There's also a name card system that is genuinely clever and completely buried. You trade cards with residents, which unlocks the ability to question them, and questioning people gets you gossip, which points you at other people, which is how you unravel small local mysteries like who took a man's golden raccoon. The reviewer I read makes the case that Chulip is secretly a detective game wearing a dating game's coat, and I think that is right. Kissing is not free either. Walk up to somebody in the wrong mood at the wrong time and try it, and you take damage. The game has a health bar, and the fastest way to lose it is misjudging another person, which is either a design flaw or the most on-the-nose metaphor on the console, depending on how generous you're feeling. The residents who live underground, in holes, are people who've withdrawn from the town entirely, and getting anything out of them requires the most work. It is also genuinely deliberately obtuse. The most notorious example is a puzzle in a scarecrow field involving a bottle of cola, where the game provides no hint of any kind, and generations of players have simply looked it up. This is a big part of why it was reviewed so badly. Everything that was not kissing got treated as an obstacle between you and the kissing, rather than the actual game. The disturbing quality is in the tone. Chulip looks like a children's game, wobbly low-budget models and bright colors, a jaunty soundtrack over the top of it, and long close-up kissing animations where nobody's eyes are pointing in the same direction. And the population of this cheerful town is people who have failed at their lives. There are residents living in holes in the ground. There are parents who are cruel to their children in ways the game presents as Tuesday. Death comes up constantly, casually, in the same register as the jokes. Some readings of the game hold that the town is a purgatory, and that most of the people in it are not alive. And Chulip never confirms or denies it, which is worse than either. What lands is the underlying message, and it is not a cynical one. Nearly every quest is about noticing a person nobody in the town looks at, working out what they need, and giving it to them. Kimura's design is telling you that loneliness is a solvable problem, and that the solution is other people paying attention. It just delivers that message inside a game where you kiss a grieving old man in the street to raise your health bar. Michigan Report from Hell. Michigan is a horror game where you never see yourself and never say a word, because you are the cameraman. Grasshopper Manufacture made it, the studio founded by Suda51, and it came out in Japan in 2004. Europe got it in 2005. North America never got it at all. You are the new camera operator for a small television network. A fog has come down over a city, and things inside it have started changing, and the network wants footage. You're handed a camera and sent in with a reporter, and the entire game is the viewfinder. Everything you do is done by aiming the lens and hitting record. When a colleague asks you a question, you answer by pointing the lens at something. When something horrific happens in front of you, your job is not to intervene. Your job is to keep it in frame. The scoring system is where it turns. Filming things that matter, evidence, creatures, the aftermath of events earns you what the game treats as good footage, and you need enough of it to progress. But the camera also rewards you for filming your reporter's body while she's talking, and the game logs that separately. It is tracking what kind of program you're making. Are you assembling a document of what happened in this city, or are you shooting tabloid material with a woman's chest in the middle of the shot while she describes finding a body? And people die. Your reporter can be killed, and when that happens, the network simply sends another one, and you keep filming. The game does not treat this as a game over, it treats it as staffing. Your ending depends on the tape. It is worth saying what else Grasshopper were doing at this point because it explains the confidence. This is the same studio and roughly the same period as Killer 7, a game about assassins, politics, and identity that people are still arguing about 20 years later. Michigan is the smaller, meaner, cheaper cousin of that, and it got buried because it never reached the market that would have talked about it. That is a genuinely nasty piece of design, and it works because it does not lecture you. There's no morality bar labeled morality. There's a job, and the job has incentives, and the incentives quietly ask you to become the worst version of a journalist while the city is dying around you. Every other game on this list makes you the victim or gives you the weapon. This one makes you the audience and then charges you for it. What is actually in the fog is left deliberately half-explained. People come apart and reassemble wrong. Things move at the edge of your frame, and you have to decide in the moment whether to turn the camera toward them, which cost you the shot you were already taking, or hold your composition and let something walk up behind you. There are multiple endings, and the one you get is assembled from what is on your tape, not from what you did, which is the sharpest joke in the game. You are not judged on whether you were a good person, you are judged on the edit. It never got a North American release, and it has never been re-released anywhere, so the only legitimate copies in circulation are the European PS2 discs from 2005. That is the list. The PS2 had a 15-year run and a library of over 4,000 games, and a lot of the strangest ones never made it out of Japan. They were never reprinted either, and the discs get more expensive every year. If I missed one, drop it in the comments. I read them. There's a video on screen that YouTube thinks you'll like. Take it easy and have yourselves a damn good one. The PlayStation 3 gets remembered for the prestige stuff. Uncharted, The Last of Us, the games that ended up on every retrospective list once the generation was over. But the same console quietly collected a run of horror games that were genuinely unpleasant to sit through, and most of them stopped getting talked about the week their reviews went up. Some are broken. A couple are great. One of them is so badly made that the studio behind it barely survived it. These are the most disturbing games on the PlayStation 3. In Fear 2, you play a Delta Force operative named Michael Beckett, and the job you get handed at the start is simple enough. Go into an apartment building, arrest a corporate executive, bring her out. The company she runs is called Armacham Technology Corporation, and if you never played the first game, the only thing you need to know right now is that Armacham makes weapons, and that somewhere underneath their facilities, they've been keeping something they should not have kept. Mechanically, this is a 2009 first-person shooter, and it plays like a good one. You have a reflex ability that slows time down to a crawl, which is the series' whole signature. Enemy soldiers flank properly, they call out to each other, they kick tables over for cover. Guns feel heavy. It is a competent, fast, loud corridor shooter, and for about the first 20 minutes, it acts like that is all it wants to be. Then the building tilts sideways, the lights go out, and a girl in a red dress is standing at the end of the hallway. Her name is Alma Wade. Armacham found her when she was a child because she had a measurable psychic ability, and they built a research program around it called Project Origin. She was sedated for years. She was made pregnant twice while she was unconscious so that her ability could be passed into a child they could actually control. When she became too dangerous to keep, the people running the facility switched off her life support and sealed the vault, and she died alone in a tank of fluid underground. That is the backstory the first game hands you, and Fear 2 opens about half an hour before that first game ends. Which means you are already inside the building when Alma's containment finally fails and a psychic blast takes out a large section of the city. What makes Beckett different from every other soldier around him is that he was put through a procedure called Harbinger, which was meant to turn him into a commander for Armacham's clone troops. That is where the slow motion comes from. It also makes him extremely visible to Alma, and she is very interested. She starts appearing when nobody else can see her. Walls go wet. A subway car fills with blood and empties again between blinks. Hospital corridors reassemble into tissue while you are still standing in them. The section people remember is the school. It is called Wade Elementary, and it is not a school. It was a facility for a third program, Paragon, which took children and tried to shape them into commanders the way Harbinger did with adults. You walk through classrooms with restraint chairs in them, and buried in the intel files you can pick up is the detail that Beckett was in Paragon 2 as a kid, and that everything they did to him was wiped from his memory before he ever enlisted. He has been seeing Alma his whole life without knowing why. I want to be honest about the game though, because I think it is a downgrade from the first one in almost every technical way that matters for horror. The original Fear was built around genuinely dark rooms. There were barely any fake light sources, so when a shadow moved, it meant something. Fear 2 has more detail in its environments and much less darkness. And to solve the resulting problem of not being able to find enemies, the developers put glowing lights all over them. The heavy armor units light up like street lamps. Weapons glow. Everything glows. It looks like science fiction instead of a haunting, and the scare ends up being staged in bright rooms where you can see the whole trick. What it does have is an ending, and the ending is the only reason anybody still brings this game up. Beckett is manipulated into sitting in a chamber that is supposed to sever his link to Alma. It does the opposite. It strengthens it, because she wanted him in that chair. What follows is a scene where Alma forces herself on him while he's restrained, and the epilogue makes clear she got what she wanted from it, which was a pregnancy. The game does not treat it as a twist so much as a punchline. Depending on who you ask, it's either Alma's warped idea of affection or a studio that had run out of ideas, reaching for the most shocking thing available. Personally, I lean toward the second. Alma's arc was finished at the end of the first game. She had already killed the people who hurt her and everyone in a 10-mile radius as well. The sequel spends its whole runtime re-explaining who she is, at one point stopping dead for a character named Snakefist to talk you through it with diagrams on screen. Nothing gets added to her and nothing gets resolved about her. The game just pushes the same material further out than the first one was willing to. It worked, in the sense that it stopped the game from being forgotten. Monolith never made a third one. Fear 3 arrived 2 years later, developed by a different studio, and it had co-op. The Evil Within opens with a police detective named Sebastian Castellanos responding to a call at Beacon Mental Hospital. There has been a massacre. He walks in with 2 colleagues, finds bodies, watches security footage of a man in a hooded coat killing everyone in the room, and then noticing the camera. Then the floor gives out. From there, it is a third-person survival horror game in the old sense, and it should be, because it was directed by Shinji Mikami, the man who made the first Resident Evil and then made Resident Evil 4. Ammunition is scarce enough that you count it. You crouch and sneak past things you cannot afford to fight. You carry matches, and burning a body on the floor is the only way to be sure it stays down, which means you're constantly doing the math on whether a match is worth more than a bullet. Bear traps and tripwires are everywhere, and you can disarm them for parts instead of just avoiding them. The upgrade system is where the game tells you what it actually is. To spend your resources, you go to a save room, and in that save room there's a chair with a helmet attached to it. And you sit down and take a course of electric shocks to become better at surviving. A nurse watches. Nobody explains it for hours. The explanation, when it comes, is a machine called STEM. STEM links minds together into one shared environment. You are not in a hospital, you're inside somebody else's head, along with everybody else who was in that room, and the person whose head it is happens to be the single most damaged human being in the story. His name is Ruben Victoriano. Most people call him Ruvik. As a child, he was caught in a barn fire that killed his sister Laura and left most of his body burned. He came out of it fixated on the brain, on what could be taken out of a person and what could be put back. An organization called Mobius eventually took his research and then took the rest of him, and STEM runs on what is left, which means the world you're moving through rebuilds itself according to his memory. Corridors you've already cleared come back wrong. A mansion assembles out of a hospital wing. A bathtub in a bathroom you passed 20 minutes ago is now a door. The enemy design comes out of the same place. The standard infected are called the Haunted, and they are wire-wrapped and stapled together. There is a version of Ruvik's dead sister that moves on 4 sets of arms and cannot be killed at all, only outrun. And there's the one everybody remembers, an executioner with a safe welded over his head and barbed wire wrapped around it, who takes an absurd number of resources to put down. I have complaints. The game is presented in a permanent letterbox, a 2.35 to 1 aspect ratio with black bars top and bottom, which does look cinematic and does make the whole thing feel more like a film. It also removes the single clearest signal games use to tell you a cutscene has ended. In most games, the bars go away and you know you have control again. Here, they never go away, so there are a dozen points in this game where a scene ends, something is already sprinting at you, and you die because you did not know you were allowed to move yet. Sebastian himself is thin. Almost everything you learn about him is in optional documents, and if you skip them, he's a coat with a gun in it. But the environmental storytelling in this game is better than the script. There's a room fairly early on that no cutscene points you towards. A body on the floor, an overturned table, bullet holes across one wall, and a spread. Nobody tells you who that was. You just understand instantly that a person made a stand in that room and lost, and the game moves on without mentioning it. That is the level of care in the production design, and it's why the atmosphere holds up even when the plot does not. When you finally beat the safe-headed executioner, the trophy you get is called What's in the Box. An American television crew arrives in Japanese village called Hanuda to shoot an episode of an unexplained mystery show. The village is supposed to be abandoned. It is not. They get there just in time to watch a group of locals carry out a ritual sacrifice, and by the time the crew works out what they're looking at, the sacrifice is finished, and the village has noticed them. That is Siren Blood Curse, a PlayStation 3 exclusive from 2008, made at Sony's Japan studio and directed by Kiichiro Toyama. If that name does not mean anything to you, he created the original Silent Hill and directed it, then left Konami and made this series instead. It came out in 12 episodes released digitally, structured like a television season, and you jump between a rotating cast of characters trapped in different parts of the same night. The dead in this game are called Shibito, and the reason they work is that they're barely monsters at all. A Shibito will hold a conversation with you. Most of them are still doing whatever job they had the day before they died. So there's a man in the village clinic still going through paperwork, and a woman waiting at a bus stop for a bus that is not coming. And one of them is on the phone with somebody. Their blood has gone a red that reads closer to paint than to blood, and the standing water in Hanuda has turned with it. So every puddle and every flooded street in the game is the same color as the inside of the people walking through it. The further into the game you get, the further they drift from a human shape, and some of them start picking up insect characteristics, spiders and flies, but the ones that stay closest to normal are worse than the ones that do not. The mechanic the whole game is built around is called sight jacking. You hold L2 and you tune the environment like a radio until you lock onto somebody else's eyes. Then you see what they see. You can hold 3 at once. It is used for the obvious practical thing, which is finding out where a patrol is standing before you walk into it. But the reason it's the best idea in any game on this list is the other thing it does. When you sight jack the thing that is hunting you, you are watching yourself. You're looking at the back of your own head through the eyes of a dead man who's deciding whether to walk over. The frame rate collapses whenever you use it. The developers tried to hide it behind a ghosting filter and it did not work. And holding sight jack on multiple targets makes the game run genuinely badly. I will say something slightly unfair in its defense, which is that a headache-inducing smear of another person's vision is not the worst thing to have happen while you're doing this. Everything else about how it plays is a problem. The camera is locked 1-to-1 with your character and cannot be moved independently, so aiming the view means aiming the body. Your character takes up a large chunk of the screen. There is a first-person toggle on the right stick that does not fix the controls at all. Combat is a long, committed swing with a standstill animation at the end of it, and you cannot judge distance past your own shoulder, so you will swing an inch short of a target and eat the hit. And the objective system cannot decide what it wants to be. For most of the game, it tells you exactly which staircase to take and where the key is, and then late on, it stops doing that entirely and leaves you circling 4 small rooms with no idea what it wants. The story underneath it is a cult, a village that made an arrangement with something it should not have, and a god getting pulled through. There is strong theme of time folding back on itself, signposted with an Ouroboros, and by the end, the game is doing something structurally that it does not really earn, and cannot explain without documents. A lot of the backstory sits in collectible files rather than in the game. The acting is rough in both directions, and I want to be clear, it is not just the Japanese cast working in English, the native English speakers are worse. None of which stops it being the most disturbing thing on this console. The environment design is the closest anybody has come to Silent Hill's specific brand of ugliness, and I mean that as a compliment. A hospital with all the paint gone, a flooded street with the road broken open, locations you do not want to be in even as a set of polygons. And the Shibito are frightened. They groan while they come at you, and one of the things they say is that they do not want to die. They already have. Siren 2 never left Japan. Blood Curse is the last one anybody made. You wake up on the floor of an abandoned asylum with a reverse bear trap locked around your head, and a voice on a tape recorder explains that you have a limited number of minutes before it opens. If you've seen the first film, you know what that device does. You're playing Detective David Tapp, and Tapp is a problem, because in the movies, Tapp gets shot in the chest and is functionally finished. This game takes place shortly after the first film and simply brings him back, and Jigsaw has apparently decided to build an entire facility, fill nearly every room in it with a lethal mechanism, and abduct enough people to make international news, all to torment one cop who's already dead on paper. The studio that made this is called Zombie Studios, and their other line of work is worth knowing. They spent years building training and recruitment software for the United States Armed Forces, everything from Apache helicopter simulators and convoy exercises down to a first aid trainer, plus a good chunk of the America's Army recruitment series. So the people who assembled the Jigsaw Asylum spent most of their careers making software for soldiers, which is an odd thing to sit with. Structurally, it is a third-person game about walking through the asylum, finding people locked into devices, and solving a minigame to get them out. The reverse bear trap at the start is the only trap you're personally inside for the whole game. Everything after that is you on the outside of the glass. You sit strapped into a chair and watch somebody else while you rotate pipes. You get sealed in a room that fills with gas while you rotate pipes. There is a lot of pipe rotating, and the mini-games are tied to the person on screen in real time. There's a janitor about a third of the way in whose puzzle is a memory sequence, mostly trial and error, and every time you get it wrong, an iron bar drives through part of him. His crime, in Jigsaw's accounting, is that he witnessed something and was traumatized by it. That's it. That is what he's being corrected for. Combat is mandatory, and it is bad. Improvised weapons have durability counters and break. Blocking works about 1 time in 10. There is a parry system that fires at random. The honest meta is that your fists are the best weapon in the game, because bare hands have the fastest attack, and whoever swings first basically wins. The bigger threat is the environment, and specifically the tripwires, which are almost invisible, kill you instantly, and are scattered across the entire asylum in numbers that make you wonder how any of Jigsaw's elaborate lessons ever get finished. He spends what must be tens of thousands of dollars on a moral test, and then leaves 8,000 shotgun triggers on the floor. 2 things save it. The first is Tobin Bell, who came in and voiced Jigsaw for real, and who is the only reason the character works in any medium. He's a frail, dying, softly spoken man, and he's more intimidating than almost any horror villain with a mask. This game and its sequel are his only video game credits. The problem is that the game knows he's the best thing in it and cannot stop using him. So nearly every door you walk through locks behind you with a buzz, and Jigsaw starts talking about another way you've ruined your life. The second is the structure of who you are saving. Every single person Tapp pulls out of a device is somebody he has wronged or who has wronged him. One of them is a journalist who ran sensational copy on his cases. Another is a corrupt officer. There's a grieving spouse in there, and the janitor from earlier. Jigsaw did not pick these people at random. He built the asylum out of Tapp's own case file and then charged him admission. There are 2 endings. Stay obsessed, and Tapp walks into an obvious trap and loses his mind. Let it go, and he takes his own life anyway. Neither is satisfying, but between them, they accidentally expose the hole in Jigsaw's entire philosophy. He claims to be fixing people. The ones who buy into it go on to hurt others. The ones who reject it come out broken. Nobody in this asylum gets fixed. Vincent Brooks is in his early 30s, working a middling job in tech, lives in a studio apartment he has not decorated, and spends most evenings drinking at the same bar with the same 3 friends. He's been with his girlfriend for years. Her name is Catherine, spelled with a K, and she has started asking about a date, a venue, a house, a family. Vincent does not want to say no and cannot make himself say yes, so he does the third thing, which is nothing. Then a woman sits down next to him at the bar, blonde, direct, uncomplicated, and her name is Catherine, spelled with a C. He wakes up the next morning next to her. That is the setup for a 2011 game made by Atlas, specifically by the team that makes the Persona series. And the reason it's on a horror list is what happens once Vincent goes to sleep after that. Every night he ends up at the bottom of an enormous tower made of blocks, in a nightscape full of other men, and he has to climb. The blocks can be pushed and pulled to make stairs out of nothing. Some of them crumble the second you put weight on them, others are covered in spikes, and the ice ones slide you straight off the edge of whatever you just built. If you fall, or if the floor eats you from below, you do not wake up. And the game is extremely clear about this. Dying up there kills you down here. Everyone else on the tower looks like a sheep to Vincent. He looks like a sheep to them. Every single one of them is a man who's been unfaithful, or has strung somebody along, or has run out of room the moment a conversation became binding. Some of them talk to you, some of them are still wearing whatever they had on when they went to bed. A few of them are gone by the following night, and nobody mentions it. The reason the horror actually lands rather than being decoration is that the game builds a real-world consequence into the fiction. Men in Vincent City are dying in their sleep. It is in the newspapers. There are reports on the television in the bar. The nightmare has a body count, and the local news is covering it, and Vincent is reading about it over a drink while trying not to think about the fact that he's in it. The bosses that come after you on the higher floors are Vincent's guilt taking shape, and the game does not make them subtle. A bride with a knife where a hand should be, a giant infant with a face too large for its head, screaming, chasing you up the wall. The daytime sections are where the game does its best work though, and they are just a bar. Drinks arrive, your friends want ordering for, and your phone keeps lighting up with messages from both women that you have to answer in real time with no takebacks. The game genuinely does let you make things worse. There is a confessional in the bar that asks you direct questions with no correct answer. Things like whether marriage is a beginning or an end. The puzzles are hard, and I mean properly hard. Hard enough that the easiest difficulty setting still stalls people out. Some players bounce off it entirely, and I understand that. I would also argue it is doing exactly what it's meant to do. This is a game about a man who has spent his whole adult life avoiding a decision, and it puts you in a position where you have to make 100 small, irreversible ones per minute with a timer at your back and nowhere to stand. What has stayed with me is not the tower, it's a scene early on where Vincent's phone will not stop going, and the two names on it belong to people who both think they know what is happening, and neither of them do. It is a horror game about not answering a message. And after each of those confessional questions, before it lets you climb, the game shows you a bar chart with how every other player answered. Real people. A global split on the screen, in the dark, while you're standing in a booth, in a bar, in a nightmare. The first thing you actually do in Alone in the Dark is blink. Your eyelids are mapped to a button, and you spend the opening minutes of the game half-conscious, blinking your vision back into focus, while men with guns argue about whether to kill you and something extremely large starts pulling the building apart around them. You are Edward Carnby. He has amnesia, which the game does not particularly try to justify. Within about 20 minutes of getting you on your feet, you will have to put out a fire, kick a door in, solve a physics puzzle, climb along the outside of a skyscraper, fight a demon with a household object, and hotwire a car to get out of a New York that is coming apart. There's not a lot of room to breathe in this thing. Some background because the version matters here. Alone in the Dark launched in June 2008 on Xbox 360 and PC, got reviewed brutally, and had the additional bad luck of landing the same week as Battlefield Bad Company. Eden Games then went back, took the criticism seriously, and put out a revised version on PlayStation 3 that November with a different title. That is Inferno. The crafting is faster, some of the worst sections are smoothed over, and it is the version worth playing. The design ambition in it is genuinely ahead of where the industry was. There is no HUD at all. Checking your inventory means opening your jacket and looking down at the inside of it, where everything you own is hanging in the lining. Health is not a bar anywhere on the screen either. So working out how badly you're hurt means looking at your own arms and counting the wounds on them. Crafting is done by physically combining what's in the jacket, so a bottle plus a rag plus a lighter is a Molotov. And my favorite thing in the entire game is that you can pour fuel over your bullets to make fire ammunition, which matters because most enemies in this game do not stay down unless something on them is burning. You can also just set a chair on fire and hit them with it. Most of the game takes place in a large semi-open recreation of Central Park, used as a hub between the more linear chapters, and the reason you're there is that something has been growing under it for a very long time. This is not cosmic horror in the Lovecraft sense, whatever you may have read. It is straightforwardly biblical. Lucifer, an old bargain, roots of evil running under Manhattan, fissures opening in the ground. It is also a mess. The camera cannot decide whether it's first or third person, and will switch on you mid-fight or take control away entirely at random. Screen tearing is constant. The head bob makes the character look like he's on a spring, set pieces trigger wrong, and the worst enemy in the game is a black sludge that scatters when you point a flashlight at it and kills you the instant it touches you, with hitboxes so unreliable that you will die with a clear path in front of you and no idea what happened. I still think about it. The score is one of the best original soundtracks anyone has put in a video game, full stop, and the atmosphere it builds is oppressive in a way that most polished games never reach. You can feel that everybody working on this was trying to make something enormous and did not have the money or the time. It is a game held together with hope, and the fact that it's broken in 15 places somehow makes the parts that work hit harder. It also came out 2 years before Deadly Premonition, which will start to feel relevant shortly. A meteor comes down on a small American town and something starts spreading. You play Lana, an adult woman who's already infected and getting worse, and traveling with you is Amy, an 8-year-old girl who does not speak, has some kind of psychic ability, and is completely immune. Amy is the reason you're still standing. Being near her slows your contamination down. Getting separated from her speeds it up. That is a good idea. I want to say that up front because everything after this is going to be negative, and the concept underneath this game is better than almost anything else on this list. You decay unless you stay next to a child, and the child is the only thing keeping you human, and the game builds a visible meter for it so you're watching yourself go. There's even a wrinkle where letting your contamination climb high enough makes the infected read you as one of them and walk straight past, so the mechanic that is killing you is also the mechanic that saves you. Here's what actually happens when you play it. You hold a button to hold Amy's hand. That is not a cutscene thing, that's a permanent input you are pressing across a 6-hour game. Let go and her AI takes over, and her AI is one of the worst pieces of companion programming ever shipped. She wanders off on her own. She will open a door while you're actively crouched behind it hiding, and her favorite move is walking directly into the sightline of an armed soldier who then kills you rather than her. She also clips through walls, which at that point almost feels like mercy. Combat is a stick you swing, then later a crowbar you swing. Enemies spawn in waves in rooms with nothing in them. There's a stealth section whose actual solution is to send Amy's psychic shockwave into a parked car so the alarm draws the infected away. Except the alarm lasts about 5 seconds, and nothing else in the entire game has ever suggested that cars react to anything. There's a boss fight against an infected figure with a distorted face, where the intended solution is a defibrillator and a puddle, and he takes 6 hits to go down for reasons nobody can explain. Checkpoints are placed as if the developers had never watched anyone play it. It came out in January 2012 as a downloadable title on PlayStation Network made by a French studio called VectorCell, which had been founded by Paul Soucet. The name should mean something because Soucet made Flashback in 1992, one of the best looking and best animated games of its entire era. This is the same man. The reviews were savage in a way that games rarely get. People who play bad games professionally, who've played hundreds of them, singled this one out. And the strange thing is that if you strip the controls and the AI out and just describe it on paper, it is a genuinely bleak, genuinely unpleasant survival game about a woman rotting from the inside while trying not to lose sight of a child in a dark building. The studio did not last much longer. The game opens on 2 boys walking into the woods who find a woman's body pinned to a tree and arranged deliberately like something meant to be looked at. Then it cuts to a man in a red room having a conversation with 2 children who speak in riddles, and then to that same man driving down a mountain road at speed with laptop open on the passenger seat, a cigarette going, and a running monologue aimed at someone called Zach who's not in the car. He is FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan, and Zach is you. Not in a twist reveal sense, in a from the first minute sense. When York wants to know whether to stop and look at something, he asks Zach, and you are the one who answers. He treats you as a colleague and occasionally as a therapist, and he never once acknowledges that anyone else can hear him doing it. This is the PlayStation 3 version, which came out in 2013 as the director's cut, 3 years after the original landed on Xbox 360. It was made by Access Games under a director called Hidetaka Suehiro, who goes by Swery, and it holds an actual Guinness World Record for being the most critically polarizing survival horror game ever made. I do not think that record is a joke. This game has a genuine cult around it, and an equally genuine population of people who found it unplayable. York arrives in a small town called Greenvale to work the murder. Greenvale is the real achievement here. It runs on a clock. The people in it have schedules. So the guy at the garage is at the garage in the morning and at the bar in the evening. And if you turn up at 3 in the morning, nobody is anywhere. York has to eat or he collapses. He has to shave. If you go too long without changing, the suit gets visibly filthy, and flies start following him around. And characters comment on it. Your car takes damage and needs fuel. For a game that runs this badly, an unreasonable amount of thought went into making a town feel occupied. And then it rains, and the world turns over. When the shift happens, the environment goes red and gray, and the geometry stops behaving, and things come out of the walls. They are called the shadows, and they crawl along surfaces toward you before standing up, and their limbs bend wrong. They speak backwards. When they get hold of you, they force their hands down York's throat, which is not incidental because the killer's signature in the real world is a red seed left in the back of each victim's mouth. Everything I've described so far is the game working. Here is the game not working. The driving is floaty, and the town is large enough that you spend real minutes in transit. Combat is a stiff third-person shooter where enemies shamble at you in single file, and it goes on far too long. The textures are muddy, even by 2010 standards, and there's a genuinely funny detail about the director's cut, which is that the PlayStation 3 version, the remaster, the one built to fix things, ran at a worse frame rate than the Xbox 360 original it was improving on. None of that is why it's on this list. It is on this list because of the tone. Greenvale is friendly. Everyone in it is warm to York, and most of them are lonely. The soundtrack is upbeat, occasionally aggressively so, playing cheerful whistling over a crime scene. And underneath it, there's a chain of murders going back years, a traveling salesman who's far too interested in the local children, and a mythology about what the red seeds do to the boundary between the town and the other place. The horror is not the shadows. It is that nothing about the surface of this town is wrong, and everything under it is. York profiles crime scenes by looking at things nobody would look at, and he tells you what he sees before he can explain how he knows. He also reads his coffee, seriously, staring into the cup, and announcing what the pattern in the milk has told him about the day ahead. It is played as a joke for about 6 hours, and then stops being a joke. The last shot before the credits is the killer's dog carrying a doll of its owner. The game had been showing you that dog for the entire runtime. Slender, the Arrival. You have a flashlight with a battery that runs down, a camera, and a forest. Somewhere out there are a number of pages nailed to trees and walls, and you have to collect all of them. And there's a tall, thin figure in a suit with nothing where a face should be, who gets closer every time you pick one up. Look at him too long, and the screen tears itself apart. That is the entire game, and I want to deal with it honestly before I get to the part that actually matters. Slender, the Arrival, came out on PC in 2013 from a small studio called Blue Isle, built on the back of a free experiment from the previous summer called Slender, the 8 pages that a lot of people played on Steam. The Arrival was the paid version, the one meant to turn a 5-minute idea into a real game. And it does widen the world. You go through abandoned houses, a mine, an open hillside in daylight. Some of it looks great, and the sound design is genuinely excellent. The kind of thing that only works properly in a dark room with headphones on. But it is the same loop 5 times over. Find 8 of the thing, then find the generators instead, then the fuses, with the scenery swapped out around an identical fetch quest. An enemy that can teleport directly behind you and kill you with no warning is not tension, it is a coin flip. And there's a second enemy introduced in the mine section, a child with a knife, who does exactly that repeatedly. A confident player can finish this game in about 20 minutes. Most people take a few hours, and almost all of that extra time is replaying sections they've already stopped finding frightening. So, as a game, it is thin. The reason it's on this list is where the thing in the suit came from. In June 2009, a forum called Something Awful ran a thread asking people to make convincing fake paranormal photographs. A user posting under the name Victor Surge put up 2 doctored black and white images of children, with a tall, elongated figure standing at the back of the frame, and wrote short captions underneath them implying the photographer had gone missing. His real name is Eric Knudsen. He invented the character in an afternoon in a thread that was explicitly about producing hoaxes. What made it spread was that Knudsen never claimed ownership of a canon. Other people started writing their own encounters, and because there was no original text to check anything against, every version was as valid as every other one. A YouTube series called Marble Hornets started shortly after and gave him a visual language of degraded camera footage. Within 2 years, he had escaped the forum entirely and was circulating among people who had no idea he had an author at all. In May 2014 in Waukesha, Wisconsin, 2 12-year-old girls led a classmate into a wooded area and attacked her with a knife. She survived, crawled to a road, and was found by a cyclist. When they were questioned, both girls said they had done it because they believed the figure was real, and that they needed to prove themselves to him. Both were later found to be experiencing serious mental illness and were committed to psychiatric institutions rather than sent to prison. That case is the reason a repetitive collectathon in a forest is sitting on a list with games about cults and asylums. Every other entry here invented something horrible and kept it inside the disc. This is the only one where the monster got out. Knudsen has said very little publicly since. The character he made was designed, from the first post, to be exactly convincing enough to fool somebody. A kingdom called Boletaria dug too far into something it did not understand. Its king woke up an old thing that had been sleeping under it, and a colorless fog rolled over the whole country and did not leave. Inside the fog, souls get taken out of people. What is left keeps moving. You are an adventurer who walks into it voluntarily. Demon Souls came out on PlayStation 3 in 2009, exclusive to the console, made by From Software and directed by Hidetaka Miyazaki, who had never directed anything before. It is an action role-playing game with a fairly even split between melee and ranged combat, and if you've played anything in the 15 years since, you already know what it invented, because almost everything did. The thing it does that nothing else was doing is the punishment structure. Souls are both your currency and your experience points, so the same resource buys your equipment and levels your character, and every time you die, you drop all of them where you fell. You can go back and get them, but you're now a ghost with half your health, all the enemies have respawned, and if you die on the way, you lose them permanently. Then there's world tendency, which is the part people forget. Dying repeatedly in an area actually darkens that area, and a darker world means enemies that hit harder and hurt more. The game responds to you struggling by making itself worse. Nothing about that description sounds fun. It is. It's not unfair and it is not cheap. It's just strict, and it demands that you take a corridor one enemy at a time with your shield up. Every death teaches you a position, a timing, a range. By the end of it, you're doing things you would not have believed were possible in the first hour. The multiplayer is where the atmosphere really comes from, and it works because of what it withholds. No chat, no voice, no text, no lobby, nothing. If you're online, you simply see the translucent ghost of other living players moving through the same rooms you're in, a fraction out of phase, going about their own runs. You find bloodstains on the floor, and touching one replays the last few seconds of a stranger's death, so you get to watch somebody get killed by whatever is about to kill you. Players leave messages on the ground from a fixed vocabulary, which means every warning you get is written by somebody who is standing exactly there and worried enough to leave it. Later, other players can invade your world and hunt you for your souls. Where the game turns into genuine horror is a place called the Valley of Defilement. It is the fifth world, and it's built out of everything Boletaria discarded, laid down over swampland on rotting wooden walkways with no solid ground underneath. The people living down there are called the Depraved Ones. They were sent there. Some of them wear masks, some carry cleavers, and they exist because a society decided a category of person was easier to dump than to house. And at the bottom of it, there's a boss called Maiden Estrella, who is a demon on paper. You get there and she's sitting on a rock. She came down into the valley by choice, before the fog, to look after the people nobody else would touch, and she's been doing that ever since. Her knight stands between you and her and asks you to leave. You can hear him getting desperate about it. The game does not offer you a way out of this, because the game is about killing demons, and she is one. So you go through him, and then you go through her, and there's no reward for it that feels like a reward. Sony shut the original servers down in February 2018. The ghosts stopped appearing. Jodie Holmes has had something attached to her since the day she was born. She calls it Aiden. Nobody else can see it. It can move objects, choke people, throw a grown man across a room, and it does not always do what she asks. You play as both of them, switching between the girl and the thing on the other end of her tether. This is a 2013 PlayStation 3 exclusive from Quantic Dream, written and directed by David Cage, with Jodie played by Elliot Page and a government scientist named Nathan Dawkins played by Willem Dafoe. The game covers 15 years of Jodie's life and tells them badly out of order, jumping from her as a small child, to a soldier, to a fugitive, and back. which is presented as ambition and mostly functions as a way of putting you into emotionally heavy scenes before you have any reason to care about the people in them. Where it earns a place here is the childhood material. Jodie is raised inside a Department of Paranormal Activity facility, which is to say she's raised as an experiment. There's a sequence where scientists sit her in a room and run tests through her, and another where she's allowed to attend an ordinary birthday party and the other children turn on her, and you, as Aiden, are given the ability to retaliate. The game does not stop you from going much further than the situation calls for. That is the most genuinely uncomfortable thing in it, because it's not asking you to survive a monster, it's handing you one and seeing what a bullied child does with it. The chapter people actually talk about has no supernatural thread in it at all. Jodie, homeless in winter, ends up under a bridge with a small group of other people living rough, and a young woman there goes into labor, and you deliver the baby in a tunnel with no medical help and nothing sterile. It is the best writing in the game, and it is the section with the fewest ghosts. The rest is a mess. It swings from horror to espionage thriller to war film and science fiction and never settles. And it's stuffed with government conspiracies and villains who monologue. And the control scheme takes agency away right where the game most wants you to feel it. Combat slows down and asks you to push the right stick in the direction Jodie's body is already moving, and if you read it wrong, nothing happens. She survives regardless. She can be stabbed, beaten, thrown off a building, and the story continues identically. In one section, you can decide how she gets dressed for a date, and in another, you have no say over whether she kills a man. Which is the fundamental problem. This is a game about a person who's never once been allowed to control her life, made in a way where you never get to control it either, and I do not believe for a second that was the intention. What holds it together is the performance. Paige is doing serious work in a script that keeps handing over lines nobody could deliver, and there are quiet stretches, a conversation, a moment alone in a room where it all suddenly lands. The horror in this game is not the entity. It is that a child was raised in a laboratory by people who were kind to her while they were measuring her. There's a killer in an unnamed American city who takes young boys, holds them somewhere for a few days, and then leaves them in an area of waste ground to drown in rainwater. He puts an origami figure in their hands and an orchid on their chest. The press calls him the Origami Killer, and the police have been on him for years and have nothing. Heavy Rain came out on PlayStation 3 in 2010, made by Quantic Dream, and it gives you 4 playable characters and no monsters whatsoever. Ethan Mars is an architect. Norman Jayden is an FBI profiler working the case with an experimental augmented reality headset and a dependency on a drug he keeps in his coat. Madison Page is a journalist who cannot sleep. Scott Shelby is a private investigator being paid by the victims' families. The opening hour is deliberately, almost aggressively ordinary. Ethan gets up, showers, puts in some time at his desk, and messes about in the garden with his 2 sons. And every one of those is an actual thing the game makes you perform with the controller. Then there's a trip to a shopping center. The older boy slips out of sight in the crowd, and by the time Ethan finds him, he's on the wrong side of a road at the wrong moment. 2 years later, the second boy is taken. What happens next is the reason this game is on the list. Ethan starts receiving instructions. Each one is a trial, and completing it earns him a fragment of the address where his son is being held. There are 5. One puts him on a motorway driving against the traffic at speed, one is a crawl through a narrow glass-lined shaft, one hands him a gun and an address and a stranger who is asleep, and one is a table, a set of tools, and a choice about how much of his own hand he's willing to leave behind for a piece of information. The mechanic that makes all this work is the absence of a fail state. There is no game over screen in Heavy Rain. If you botch a fight, the fight goes badly and the story keeps running. If a character dies, that character is dead, and the remaining chapters simply proceed without them. You can reach the ending having lost half your cast, and the game will finish anyway, and you'll never know what the missing person would have found out, which is a much heavier thing to carry than a checkpoint. Every time you fumble a prompt in the last third of this game, you're not losing progress, you're losing a person, permanently, in a story that will not stop to acknowledge it. I have real criticisms. The studio is French, and most of the cast are not American, and it shows in the line readings often enough to break the spell. Object textures and hand animations have not aged gracefully. The first couple hours drag hard enough that a lot of people quit before it starts. And the identity of the killer creates a plot hole around one character's private scenes that people have been arguing about online for 15 years and have not resolved. because there is no clean answer. None of it stops the thing working. This is the only entry on this list where the horror is not something coming down a corridor. It's a father being asked in writing exactly how much of himself he'll destroy to prove he deserves to keep his child, and a game engine that will absolutely let him fail. Quantic Dream also shipped this with endings where the boy drowns. Not as a joke ending, not as a secret. If you play badly enough, that's your ending, and the credits roll on it. So that is the PlayStation 3, a console people remember for its blockbusters, quietly holding a Japanese village full of corpses that talk, an asylum built for one dead detective, a psychic child in a corporate basement, and a father with a set of tools on a table. Some of these are broken. A couple of them are among the best horror games ever made. Only one of them involved a monster that got out of the game and hurt somebody, and I would happily never have had to write that paragraph. Did I miss one? Drop it in the comments. I read them. There's a video on screen right now that YouTube thinks you will like, and honestly, it is usually right. Take it easy, and have yourselves a damn good one.